Okay, good evening, everybody. I'll call this meeting to order. It's 6:01 PM. This is regular meeting for Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Tim Hale.
Sir, good, please.
Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers. Here. George McKee. Here. Robert Yunt.
Here.
Moki Tu.
Here.
Jesse Sumner.
Here.
Tam Bovee. Here. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, let's take a look at the consent agenda. Is there anything you want to pull from the consent agenda? Mr. Yant?
With your permission, I'd like to pull ordinance 21070.
20,
We're on the consent agenda.
consent agenda.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'll get that. We'll go to that next.
Mr. Tu has some.
Mr. Tu, anything on the consent agenda?
I think AM 21-079.
21079, Madam Clerk, AM. Anything else? Mr. McKee? Consent, we're at the consent agenda now. You okay? Okay. Everybody else okay? Okay, so the consent agenda is approved with 21079 pulled. Now, any other change to the agenda, Mr. Yant?
If I could pull ordinance 21070 and postpone indefinitely. Staff and I had a good meeting with industry today, and I'd like to continue that conversation so we can get this thing correct.
And Mr. Mayor, that is ordinance in reference to the natural resource severance tax.
21070 is, Mr. Yant is moving to pull it from the public hearing agenda tonight and continue indefinitely. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any objection to that, Assembly members? Seeing no objection, 21070 is pulled from the public hearing agenda tonight. Any other changes to the agenda? Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I'd like to pull ordinance 21-078.
21078. Is that a public hearing ordinance? Okay, and
Mr. Mayor, that is an ordinance in reference to codifying the power to restrict motorized equipment on lakes.
okay, that's kind of a legal issue. What is your theory here, Mr. Sumner? What are you hoping?
Well, the ordinance, I mean, I guess without getting into debating the merits of the ordinance, it really doesn't do anything either way if it passes or if it doesn't pass. We have a lot of things on this agenda.
Yeah.
And
This one here, I think we should let it on the public hearing and let Mr. Spropoulos give you the staff report on it. It's pretty simple. And then you could just make a motion after that. Would that work? Okay. So we'll keep that on for right now for public hearing, and Mr. Spropoulos will give the staff report. Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved with as changed. Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Trainee, Dr. Trainee, do you want to lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to recognize Edna DeVries, Mayor from Palmer's here tonight, this evening. Welcome. Virgie Thompson, Mayor from Houston's here. Former Mayor from Wasilla, Bert Cottle's here. So it's kind of a big night in here. Okay. Are there any changes to the minutes being presented? We're at Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, it came to my attention that on page 10 of the minutes, we quoted Mr. Culligan wrong. He had stated that the state eliminated the tax, and we put in the minutes that the borough eliminated the tax. So if there's no objection, we'd like to make that change to the minutes.
Which tax?
It is in reference to the severance tax, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Culligan? Yeah. Okay. Any objection to that correction by the Madam Clerk? Seeing none, that correction is made to the minutes. All other minutes are approved as presented. Report from the cities. Ms. Mayor DeVries.
And Mayor DeVries, if I could get you to turn the mic on, it's the button there. Yep, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edna DeVries. I'm mayor of the city of Palmer. And first of all, I want to thank you for giving us our city manager. You may think, well, why would she say that? We recently went through a time when our city clerk resigned, our deputy city clerk resigned, and as all of you know, it's election time. So he has been doing city manager duties as well as city clerk duties. And so and he's in Fairbanks now for Alaska Municipal League. So we want to thank you very much. Also, I think you do have in your packet the resolution from the city of Palmer in opposition to the sales tax. And the one last part of it says that our city council said, we very emphatically do not want you to pass that tax, even to allow it to go to the voters. Our businesses are hurting, and the last thing we need to do is to draw more businesses online to even crumble more of our local business, small businesses in Palmer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City of Houston?
Good evening. Mayor Thompson, City of Houston. First thing I wanted to say is Assemblymember McKee in the July 20th meeting. I'd like to say thank you very much for speaking for the people and standing up to the sweep of those accounts to possibly buy that property at the Matsu River. Perhaps you could tear apart the rest of the documents that go before the assembly and find some other things that could be straightened out. The city of Houston's moving forward with Founder's Day. It's going to be our 55th anniversary. The event's August 21st, starting with the parade at 6:30. The fireworks show is at 10:30. It's at mile 57, station 91. There's free hot dogs, fun and games for the kids. The most popular events are Finding Waldo, me, to sign up for the blueberry pie eating contest and the egg toss. That's very popular. Based on the three cities' resolutions, the assembly should have the message, no area-wide sales tax, irregardless of its use. The city of Houston is opposed to this ballot measure. This would cause economic loss for the city. Under the ordinance introduced by the Matsu Borough, there is no defining the administrative intent for collection. Also, the city would be required to make code changes. These changes would cost the city, not help. The cities are doing well managing themselves. Leave our local control alone. The Matsu Borough needs to prioritize before asking for more. I say wait, perhaps the new infrastructure bill in DC will give the Matsu Borough funds to complete some of these proposed projects. No area-wide sales tax. Thank you.
Okay, is City Wasilla here tonight? AML, excuse me. Okay, so we'll close that out. Any reports from the school district? Welcome, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I was going to comment briefly on two items. I think 21079, that ordinance, but I was unclear, did it get pulled or not? I couldn't tell what happened at the beginning.
AM 21079 got pulled
Okay.
on the consent agenda.
Okay, but it's still there. So I wanted to comment on COVID and that ordinance, and I have Luke Fulp, my deputy superintendent here, to help me with anything that comes up. My comment, I'll start with the ordinance. My comments, I fully recognize that you're responding to outside pressures at the state level. You have bond debt reimbursement to deal with. There was a change back, I think, in 2013 with required local contributions. We all know the base student allocation has been flat for years. We do have a 5 or 6 slide presentation that I'm waiting to see if it.
We're trying to pull it up.
Okay. So I'm stalling here.
I had nothing to do with this either.
Well, maybe while that's happening, I'll talk to you about COVID. I was going to save that for the end and kind of end with the good stuff, I hope. At this time last year, we were trying to do something that most school districts weren't trying to do. We were trying to stay open for the year, and we did it. I think that was a good service for the people in our borough, and we're trying to expand on that this year and keep our schools open and keep them as normal as possible while keeping everybody safe. The biggest changes that you will see this year compared to last year are we intend to continue treating each school as its own community. So Pioneer Peak is separate than Glacier View, is separate than Colony High School. And we're going to start with all of our schools on green, which means it's mask optional to begin with. If there is an outbreak similar to one that we had at Pioneer Peak Elementary, one of our first mitigation steps would be to reinstate masks for a brief period of time at Pioneer Peak. So we're going to try to take that lesson we learned last year of treating each school as an individual community rather than the whole district at large, and hopefully it will be more normal than it was last year. And of course, there's lots of unknowns. We don't know what's going to happen with COVID, but we're gonna do our best to make it as normal for students as possible. Another change, and I've heard, rumors get out there that we're gonna require testing. We aren't gonna require testing. We do have something that we think parents might like. Last year, when a student had signs of COVID, they had to leave school and go get tested or be quarantined for, it changed between 10 and 14 days. This year, we have the opportunity where we could say, hey, your third grader, they have the sniffles. We could test them right here, and 20 minutes from now, we'll know. And that saves the parent that whole come and get the kid, but it's totally optional. And this is totally something we're trying to give parents more choice on this year. Those really are the big changes. And it doesn't look like it's going to work, so I'll just shoot from the hip here.
If I could, all the assembly members do have the PowerPoint, and I apologize, we can't get it to come up. And then there are public copies outside the room.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Trainee.
No, it's no worries. So this first page 2, so not the cover page, what we're trying to do here is show the history of local contribution millage equivalent. And so the total length of each bar is the total millage of equivalent for those years. So you can see that in FY 2010, it was 9.98. And the district was 6.205, or 62%. And so we try to do this just historically. The last two, FY 21 and 22, those are unaudited. And you can see that generally speaking over time, the percentage that has gone to the district has decreased. It used to be in that 65, 66, 67% range, and now it's more in the 61 to 63% range. So a difference, just historical data there. Page 3, we're trying to illustrate that when the borough gives the district more money, that's offset by the state taking away money. So the top blue line shows the local contributions and change from the prior year. And then the middle line shows basically what the state is taking back. So the borough gives and the state takes back. So we'll go all the way to the far right-hand corner, 10-year NLFI, the net local funding increase. Although the borough gave the district 16.7 million over that time, the state took back 8.5 million, meaning that the borough contributed, we netted 8.1 million. So about 815,000 a year average. We're trying to show that similar ups and downs of things at that chart at the bottom. I'm going through these quickly because I know you have a full agenda. Next page. We're just trying to play the what if game. What if this proposed ordinance had been in effect since FY 2010 and we put it in like the actual dollars? So if you look in 2010, the borough gave the district 43.96 million. But if this had been in place, it would have only given us 42.42 million. And you can see all the way across. there's no situation where this new ordinance would have resulted in more money for the district. It would only have been less. The total less over the 10 years is about 36.5 million. I know you've seen page 5 lots of times. It's just where our borough stands relative to the big 5 in the contributions. There's a maximum amount that you could contribute and a minimum amount. And we're second out of the big 5. The last part, I had hoped to have Luke come up, but since it's not up, I'll take a shot at this and you're the only people who can actually see it. This is just a brief history of what happened at the state level in 2013 to change how the local contribution had been calculated. And I know you all can read it, so I'm only going to focus in on that last part. If it had stayed the way it was, that would have meant the state would have contributed another $11.2 million that instead the borough has had to contribute. So we've got this situation where the state made a change in 2013 that changed the required local contribution. And then we all know bond debt reimbursement. That was something that everybody assumed the state was going to pay because they had for forever. And now it's up in the air as to how much they're going to pay and how much of that's borough responsibility. And then, like I mentioned before, the base student allocation. So we recognize that, this is in response to pressures from the outside. We'd love to partner with you and see if we can address that root cause. Maybe it is, what this looks like to us is it feels like it's a reset. Seems like there was already one reset from where the millage was 6.5 and then it went down to 6.3 and then this would take it down to 6.0 basically. So about a 5% change for the district. That's all we had. Sorry we couldn't get it up. Are there any questions for me or better yet, Luke?
Mr. McKee.
What is the school district's unrestricted reserve right now, as of right now?
Yeah, and this is why I brought my right-hand man, Mr. Pope.
Hang on, I
Yes.
don't need a finance person. You're the superintendent. They tell you it's one number. I just want to know what that one number is.
Yep, it's a more complicated question because we anticipate more money coming in. So if you were going to say, what do we have on hand right now? I'd say 20-ish million. We do anticipate more money being released to us from the federal bailout money. And the total in that was about 50 million, although much of that has been spent or earmarked to be spent.
Okay, now, the money that you have coming to you, my question to you, my understanding it's about 35 million over the next 2 years. Is that right?
Yeah, it's over 3 years. Yep, it's an additional 35 million over what we've already received.
Now, okay, and I have one more question,
Yep.
okay? And this goes back before you, okay? When I came on the assembly, the unrestricted reserve of the school district was $2.5 million, okay? You're not a for-profit entity, right?
Mhm.
In theory, if you're properly managed, you ask money and you spend whatever we give you, and that takes you to the end of the year. You don't have a reserve. You don't have a savings. You don't have a for-profit. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right. We are not a for-profit entity, and this was before me. You were right. Thank you, Mr. McKee, for pointing that out. We were advised, the way I understand it, that we needed to carry a larger ending fund balance than the 2.5 million for a district of our size. An example could be the Houston school. Like without the ending fund balance that we had, we wouldn't have been able to contribute the money to keep that project on. And that's just one example. So we needed a larger ending fund balance to handle catastrophic events. And then on top of that, things like the way I understand it, the governor had proposed a budget that had massive cuts proposed to like lots of infrastructure around the state. And the district had to plan for those cuts. And then the funding came in much higher than that. So all of a sudden there was a huge infusion of money. That was one reason why it went up from a low number to a much higher number. And then we all know that the federal dollars have started coming in, and that's how it's gotten up as high as it has gone. And what we're trying to do with those dollars is prolong them over time. We're trying to find uses for those dollars that will last for more than just, let's just spend them as quickly as we can. An example might be that currently we have some leases on buildings that we're paying upwards of almost $750,000 a year. We would like to use those dollars to try to find a permanent home for our students and staff rather than paying rent. And then that saves the borough taxpayers money over a long period of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you, Dr.
All
Trainer.
right, thanks.
And just for public's interest and the school district's interest, the way, there's a review of school funding ordinance going to be on the public hearing. When is it? The next meeting, I believe. And I think that's what the school district's interested in, wants to address. That ordinance review came about at budget time for the Matsu Borough. The budget was passed with 6.3 mils operating funding, just like it was last year. And Mr. McKee asked for reconsideration of the total budget, which is the first time in my 12 years I've seen that. I asked him to withdraw that if we would have a review of the school ordinance funding, 0304, is it 046, Mr. Spropoulos, I think it is. And that's how this came to be. And I think it's there's a lot of issues involved with state funding, borough funding, property taxes. We're at close to the mill rate and things like that. So that's how this came about. Okay. Let's move on. Who's State of Alaska, Mr. Smolden. Thank you, people from the school district. Appreciate it. Mr. Fulp?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Todd Smolden with the Matsu Office of the Governor. I just wanted to talk to you briefly. It looks like you have a full house and a full agenda. And so one of the things that, just to make you aware of, if you're not aware, is that the special session will be starting August 16th. All four caucuses asked the governor to start that special session 2 weeks later than originally planned because they felt like they were moving in the right direction, but they did not want to waste time or to gavel in and not have a product to bring forward. I think what we're all talking about the same thing here. The school district is talking about uncertainty. You're looking at uncertainty. You're looking at what funding is going to come from the state. And all of that uncertainty hinges around two issues in our state. One, we do not know what the permanent fund dividend is going to be every year. And the second is that we do not have a functional spending plan in our state. And we haven't since we had oil production. And what the governor has asked is that from this working group, they come forward with two constitutional amendments. One that is related to the PFD, to constitutionalize the PFD, and a second to establish a spending limit that is constitutional, that cannot be changed. And what will happen from that is certainty. And so I hope that you are encouraging people that you know in the legislature and others to promote this idea of bringing forward something that will create a long-term fiscal solution for our state. It is, I'll use the word, frustrating to have lived in Alaska for 35 years and to see us do the same thing over and over and over again while our savings dwindles away because people are unwilling to make difficult choices. The governor has given the legislature a plan. He's given them more than enough time to come up with some solutions. And so we're looking forward to the working group, putting forward some solutions that can be voted on by the legislature. However, it doesn't just matter if 2/3 of the legislature approves it. It has to be approved by the voters of Alaska in order for it to be permanent. And that requires 50% plus one. So if people think that a PFD solution that presents 80% of the earnings to government and 20% to the people of Alaska, if people think that will pass, they're very much mistaken. The last poll I saw was presented at the Wasilla Chamber today, and it showed that only 9% of Alaskans favor using permanent fund earnings to solve our state fiscal problem. 9%. So hopefully the working group will put together something that can be voted on by the people of Alaska and is permanent. Lastly, real quick, COVID numbers are up. The good news is that it appears that the vaccinated are not that greatly impacted. And I will say what I have told you in the past, as far as the governor is concerned, he believes very strongly in local control and local decision-making. And the Matsu School District is taking a very different approach than the Anchorage School District. That is, that's what the governor expects, that local communities will do what's best for them based on their situation. So as always, I can take questions now, but probably don't have any since you're in a hurry and have lots to do, but feel free to reach out to me anytime if you have any questions.
Well, here's something for the governor. Why don't you veto half of the senators and representatives' salary and all of their per diem until they do a 90-day or at least 120-day?
He did veto some of their per diem.
All of it.
Well, are there any legislators here? Oh, this is recorded on Facebook.
I hope so, but I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's my feelings. Anybody else? Thank you, sir.
You know, Mr. Mayor, you do bring up a good point, though. When the legislature has a difficult time paying a PFD that is a reasonable amount, while at the same time approving $9,000 in per diem, there are a lot of Alaskans, that leaves a bad taste in a lot of Alaskans' mouth.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We really do. You're at every meeting and you report well for the governor and the state. Okay, I guess we're at Parks, Recreation, and Trails Advisory Board. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Chris Wilson. I'm the vice chair of the Borough Parks Recs Trail Advisory Board. It's a mouthful. And I represent District 2. I'm here representing and speaking on behalf of the Borough Parks Rec Trail Advisory Board. The PERTAB's purpose is to advise the Assembly on current issues or proposals that affect borough parks, recreational spaces, and trails. I'm here today to discuss the Palmer Municipal Airport navigation easement and our concerns regarding the corresponding study, which was produced by HDL. I believe you all received a packet that has the report in it, as well as some other attachments and correspondence. I'd like you to please review the Parks Rec Trail Advisory Board Resolution 19-06, which is provided. I will not read that due to time constraints, but the board feels that our 1906 resolution has been disregarded or ignored throughout the current navigation easement process. It's important to note, as described in the 1906 reso, that the Matsu River Park is a positive revenue generator for the borough, generating $53,000 in 2019. And it's utilized by local residents as well as national and international visitors. There is a revenue report for years 19 and 20, as well as a user day report in your packet. Our board has some questions and comments regarding the navigation easement study. What is the plan for future commercial use of the Palmer Airport? The AV study comments on planned future expansion of operations of the Palmer Airport to include MD-80 and Boeing 737 jets, totaling a gross weight of 155,000 pounds. The study also describes the Palmer Airport as being an alternative landing area for the C-17 Globemaster, weighing in at 585,000 pounds. We question whether this planned expansion of use of the Palmer Airport has been thoroughly vetted through public process. This board also questions whether the current runway, taxiways, and aprons are even engineered, constructed, even capable to handle the massive weights and landing forces of these larger jets as described in the master plan. Have noise ordinance mitigation plans been made for the residents of the city of Palmer and surrounding borough residents if the potential of the planned expansion of commercial jet traffic is realized? The AV study does not include cost estimates for runway expansions to the south. The board believes that further explanation is needed for the discrepancy of space when comparing expansion of the 500-foot threshold to the north versus the proposed 2,200 feet that would be needed for southern expansion. The board also would request for funds to study the environmental, social, and economic impact of northern threshold expansion as suggested and described by HDL. These issues were not addressed in the study. We would request funds to study collateral impact to the forest and habitat by a professional forester and arborist if tree removal or other mitigation options are implemented. We question what will be the impact to users of the sports fields on the west side of the park boundary if large trees and significant vegetation was removed. For example, how would the wind affect these spectators? What will be the impact to the users of, what is the current status of the runway easement? As described in the AV study, the current easement that is on file is likely not valid because it is reasonable to consider that it may not have been legally executed. There was no borough assembly approval of the easement at the time it was filed by the borough manager, and the borough manager may have acted outside of his authority, such as the borough code at the time only allowed the manager to be able to execute and not authorize easements that provided services or utilities directly to borough facilities. It is the board's belief that the current easement does not benefit the borough-owned Mat-Su River Park. Further exploration is needed into potential conflict with Section 4F and 6F of the Land Water Conservation Fund. If 206 or more trees were removed from the Mat-Su River Park, which is proposed and likely greater than that, it is the board's understanding that this action would be in direct violation of the Land Water Conservation Fund grant that was used to construct variable elements of the Mat-Su River Park. The gross alteration of the landscape by removing such large number of mature trees would cause an obvious conversion of use of the park facilities and the current master plan, potentially rendering this park unusable or undesirable to present and future park users. This conversion of use would be in direct violation of Section 4F and 6F of the Land Water Conservation Fund and would initiate a state and federal involvement due to the mitigation that would be needed. The AV study does consider this. The AV study does not consider the safety of users at the Mat-Su River Park and its 44 campsites that lie within the easement by shifting the runway threshold 500 feet to the north. And it also does not consider public safety or public health concerns when landing large commercial jets over the close proximity of the park. The board requests further public process and communications between the stakeholders as referenced in our Reso 1906. And the board requests consideration of other options beside northern threshold expansion. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues update. Ms. Nowers?
Thank you. We had a good meeting on Monday, and the school district superintendent trainee covered most of that. One thing I wanted to come back to is at the last meeting, Assemblymember McKee asked if we could find out why Mat-Su schools were last in reading and math in 4th and 8th grade. So looked into the numbers, and that's actually not accurate according to the testing they have. What it shows is that the school district is just above the national average on the one standardized test we have that breaks out Mat-Su School District, and that when you look at the PEAKS test, which is the statewide test, Mat-Su's actually have been among the best in the state of the big 5. So handed out to all the assembly members was 3 pages. So the first one is the MAPS test, and that's a statewide and a nationwide test. There's over 10 million students who take that nationwide, and it shows that Mat-Su is at or slightly above average for all the grades K through 10. Few cases were a couple points below, but it's right at above average or at average or above. The second page is the peaks data. That's the statewide test that's been given. And if you look at that, it shows that Mat-Su had the highest score of the 5 big school districts in 2017 and 18 for English and language arts, and was tops for math of all the big five in 2018 and 19. And that's Anchorage, Fairbanks, Juneau, Kenai, and Mat-Su. And then the last page is the nationwide test that I think you were referring to, which is called the NAEP, which is a nationwide test, but it does a sampling of students across Alaska in 4th and 8th grade. And then it provides a state ranking and does not break out the Mat-Su school district. So that, according to what I looked at, tests about 1/4 of the 4th and 8th graders in the state. But again, it doesn't break out Mat-Su school district score. So that does show for statewide, when they take that sample, that we are last in 4th grade reading, near last 4th grade math, near last in 8th grade reading, and 37th when it comes to 8th grade mathematics. So the takeaway from that is there's some real issues across the state, but from what you find in the data, the Mat-Su school district is performing about average. So, can we improve? Yeah, but are we anywhere near last in the country for Mat-Su school district? No. And so there's these pages, and then the school district also has a full student achievement report from 2019. I've got a few copies of it, and if anybody's interested, I can pass those along. So that's what I found out.
Mr. McKee?
This report was in reply to questions I asked. I would offer one thing to the assembly person. Dr. Trainee, in fact, a month ago at a meeting that I was at, said that 50% of all students who apply for college out of the Mat-Su borough have to take remedial math. That doesn't kind of click with what you're saying, does it? And he is a superintendent, by the way.
I certainly agree. There's room to get better. And I think Mat-Su is, what do we have? 40 of our 47 schools are Title I. And a lot of kids come in at low levels for reading, and there's a lot of improvement that takes place. So, if that's the actual number, that 50% need remedial classes, that's something we need to work on. But I just was addressing the question of whether we were last in the country, and we're nowhere near that. And in fact, statewide, we're pretty, we're good in terms of the big five.
One more thing.
Okay,
I do not like summaries like this. I have looked every year for the last 3 years at the testing by grade as for proficiency in the Mat-Su Borough School District. And over the last 3 years, the math and reading scores, generally speaking, in the Mat-Su Borough, 50% of the students are below proficiency. That is totally contradicts what you put up there. I would like to see the full data from the school district, and in fact, I will go get it and present it to this body next meeting.
I'd be happy to go through the report after the meeting. And I also sent a follow-up email with the statistics that I found. So happy to maybe talk about it after, because I know there's a lot of people who have other issues.
Okay. And by the way, testifying to what somebody else said is called hearsay in the legal world. It's funny, Mrs. Propolis didn't. Congratulations to the school district on such good scores. Appreciate it. It's probably that advanced funding from the Mat-Su Borough that's little humor never hurts, does it? Okay. Let's see. Let's go on. Is that it, Ms. Snowers?
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good report. Mr. Brown, I think you don't have a report, do you?
No report tonight, Mr. Mayor. I think we have enough to do on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Spropoulos.
I actually do have a very brief report. We had some ongoing litigation with a couple of homeowners in District 3, actually, who claimed that a right-of-way didn't exist, a road didn't exist. They sued us to vacate the road in 2014. We won that case. They resued us in 2015 after we towed their car. After 6 years of litigation, the Supreme Court ruled on Friday that the borough was correct, that the trial court was correct, that the borough won on all 13 counts. And because of the nature of the litigation, we were able to recover $48,000 in fees as well. It was Mr. Ashbrenner's case, went to trial, went to Supreme Court, and we prevailed. So that was a pretty big win. And that's my report.
Thank you. Mr. Ashenbrenner's been with the Matsu Borough, was it 29 and a half years, 30 years?
25 years.
This guy is good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Just the clerk report is in your red folder with the upcoming meetings and the quasi judicial report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any comments on the citizen and other correspondence being presented? You got 9 items there. Hearing and seeing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk, the IM, please.
IM 21-166, informing the Assembly on the status of the Jonesville Public Use Area Management Plan.
Any comments on IM? Hearing none, the IM is presented. There are no persons to be heard. Let's go to public hearings, Madam Clerk. Ordinance 21064 and Resolution 21070.
An ordinance accepting and appropriating additional relief monies of $271,375.20 from the September 2012 South Central Flood Disaster with accompanying Resolution 2170, a resolution amending the budget for the September 2012 South Central Flood Disaster Relief monies. And if you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
A brief staff report, please.
Through the mayor to the assembly, this is money from the 2012 floods. It was to repair the Yoder revetment and the Shirleytown Bridge alternate. Like I said, most of this is expenses that have been incurred and some of it's work to be done still.
Okay, thank you. I'll open a public hearing. Do we have a sign-up list? No sign-up list. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance and resolution? Any telephonics? One telephonic. Go ahead on the telephone, please.
Hello, my name is Marna Sollenberger. Last name is spelled S as in Sam, Ollenberger. I'm calling because I'm a resident of Wassaw Lake for 20 plus years, and I'm calling regarding ordinance 21078, the power to restrict motorized equipment on lakes and waterways. First of all, I'd like to say that I did not receive anything.
Ma'am?
Yes, sir?
That ordinance is going to be called, in order. We're on a different ordinance at this point in time, so if you could call back when that ordinance is.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry about that.
Okay, wait. Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on the telephone? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance and resolution? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bovee, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-064 and resolution 21-070.
Any discussion? Any objection from assembly members? Seeing and hearing no objection, that legislation passes. Madam Clerk, 21065.
An ordinance amending MSB 3.15070B and E assessment procedure to correct and define and amending MSB 3.15170 mobile homes to correct wording. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to that ordinance, please press *3.
Staff report.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Finance Director Cheyenne Heindel. Basically, what we're doing is we're correcting a reference to state statute in this ordinance and also aligning some of the language so it reflects what's in state statute.
Okay. Thank you. I'll open the public hearing at this point in time. No sign-up list, Madam Clerk. Okay, no sign-up list. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to 21065? Mr. Haberman, welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself, follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'll be very brief, and I will be very brief. We'll need all 3 minutes. But this word change, going from personal property to real, or whatever. How long has it been going on? How, in doing that and in complying with the language that you had before and you want to correct it, what happens to the scenario of how you've been handling it before and dealing with any of the funds or taxes and so forth? What about that? And how come at this late date, you're coming across this kind of word change? Because the word's difference from real to personal property is a significant change, and that is alarming. And I said I'll be brief, and that's all I have to say. But you should have a little bit more clarity and explanation to when this whole thing came about and who caught it, and also the ramifications to how you handled it before with that wording and how you're handling it now if you change the words. And so this is alarming, and this is not something just to be approved and on with business as you usually do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? Anybody on the telephone? Going once, twice, three times? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Bovee,
I move to adopt ordinance 21-065.
any discussion? Any objection? Mr. Sumner?
So perhaps through the mayor to the attorney, so we were defining mobile homes as personal property, and now we're going to define them as real property for the purposes of taxation, or were we already taxing mobile homes as real property?
I'll defer to the assessment department on how they value mobile homes. It's a question of assessment valuation.
My name is Clyde Evelyn. I'm Borough Assessor. They've pretty much been treated as real property the whole time I've been in the assessment office for 17 years. So it's just more of a clearing up of data on this part.
Okay. You good with that, Mr. Sumner? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Wait, still in public hearing? Oh. Okay,
No, we're not. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. It has been moved.
It's been moved. So anything further, any discussion by seven members? It's been moved. Any objection to passing this ordinance? Seated and heard, no objection. That ordinance passes. That's a corrective measure. Ordinance 21066, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance amending MSB 2545040B election recount to instruct the canvass board to review the write-in votes and to count those write-in votes for those candidates whose name appears on the ballot and for official write-ins. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, please press *3.
Who's doing our staff report? Okay, Madam Clerk. I need that.
So this is coming forward to request the assembly to change the way we handle write-in candidates during election recount. The canvass board does have to review every single ballot that's included in the election recount. And what some voters end up doing, you have a person's name printed on the ballot. However, what number of voters do this, they will write in the candidate and have the exact same name. So you have John Doe listed on the ballot. They'll put it in the write-in as John Doe. And right now, Borough Code does not allow us to count those. However, since the canvass board is having to review each ballot during the recount process anyways, it would be an easy process for us to start counting those write-in votes when that person's name is on the ballot.
Okay. Thank you. I will open the public hearing at this point in time. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on 21066? Do we have any telephonics? Mr. Haberman's coming forward. Go ahead.
I'll need my full 3 minutes. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. If there's anyone in this room who has witnessed how elections are run in the state, particularly in Anchorage Valley, I'm number one. But this proposal here that's being brought before you in a public hearing to change the way you're doing your canvass leaves that one key word. It's not a public canvass. It's not advertised for people to be able to see exactly what you're doing. That's why year after year, when you, as assembly members, decide whether you're going to approve the election report, year after year, I said, no one won the election, everyone lost. Nothing's changed. And even in Anchorage, I can go and witness a public canvass. I can also have an opportunity to address issues dealing with the way it's run. And then from there, the election commission, they have an election commission. They serve the report to the assembly. And there is a chance, no, there's not a chance, but on the agenda for ordinance participation, but they approved the election report. And then they bring public comment after they approve election report, and it's late. Other key thing about dealing with the borough is the scenario is if your vote is disqualified, when is the notice go out to those people that know about it? In the case of Anchorage, they know about before a letter goes out and there's an opportunity for that individual to question it and change that decision so their vote is counted. But in the borough, there is no possible chance for that. So as far as this scenario, this is a smokescreen. You're going to continue doing whatever you're doing because year after year, I've declared every one of you who's been elected as an election that was illegitimate. Nothing's changed. And it's only more alarming because more and more people have less faith in elections. But if there's anyone in this room in the state that's aware of exactly what's been going on, it's me. So don't do this. Do what you need to do. And the points I raised. And you can't continue to have those who are in charge of elections to continue to be in charge because they put continued lack of faith in the American people and Alaskans by having those people in charge of elections, whether it's the borough clerk here, or it's the municipal clerk in Anchorage, or the clerks or whatever in the state. So my comments with 8 seconds to spare, and I'm sure you're not going to have any questions, and more likely you're going to approve this, and it'll be business as usual. Thank you very much. 1 second to spare.
Okay, yeah, close call there. Okay, anybody else wish to speak in this ordinance? It's a fairly simple corrective measure by the clerk's office. Any telephonics? Okay, I'll close the public hearing at this point in time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-066.
Any discussion? Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, through the mayor to the clerk, about how many people are selecting write-in and then writing in somebody that's on the ballot? That seems a little odd to me.
It actually isn't very odd. We don't tally those because we're not paying attention to those write-in votes. However, you do have candidates that are witnessing the recount. They're viewing it and they see their name in the write-in votes and we can't count it. I'm not tallying those, so I can't give you a number. And I shouldn't be tallying those. But there are a number of them. And when elections are close, you could have 2 people that have done it and it could actually affect an election.
I guess I'm just confused as to why somebody would do that.
That's, who knows? Okay, Mr. Yant?
I too am confused why they would do that, but I'm sure it happens more often than we know. They've taken the time to come and vote. As long as they got a show ID to do it, I'm fine with it. So.
Okay. Well, they filled in the circle and then they write the name down, correct, Madam Clerk? So, Mr. Hale.
Yeah, it just seems kind of common sense here to me to count the people who write in their vote, count those people's votes, count them.
Mr. Two?
So when I went through my election, my legal name is Clayton 2. And I've been doing business in the state of Alaska for 30 some years. And probably only a handful of people know that my name is Clayton 2. So when I went out and I campaigned, I believe that there was quite a few write-ins that they wrote Moki on there because they didn't see my name. So I believe that if this ordinance changes, so my name that was written in would have counted for a vote, which was the voter intention, I think we should pass it.
So you won by a landslide then, is what you're saying?
One.
Okay, Mr. Sumner?
So I suppose in that situation, if somebody had done the bubble and done write-in and they wrote in Moki 2 instead of Clayton 2, would that actually count? Because they're still not writing his registered name as a candidate.
First off, you'd have to look back to the Murkowski case when people wouldn't spell the name right. And I do believe the attorney probably would have told me to count those because I know who they're referencing. But I haven't gotten a legal opinion on that because it didn't happen.
Mr. Spropoulos, is that correct?
I can't, that is actually a very technical question on election law. I would have to go back and research, when these issues come up during the middle of election and election times, the clerk comes, or the canvass board will come ask for legal opinions from the borough attorney's office and we'll give them. And then what happens is we talk about, sometime in the future, we need to amend the code before the next election comes up. This is one of those cleanups that you're recounting all the ballots anyway. You should be able to just count those names because right now it's pretty unclear under the code whether they would count.
Mr. Yant, then let's vote on this.
Jesse asked the same question, but I want to put a little twist on it. So let's say somebody had voted in a different district for that person as a write-in. So say District 2 accidentally wanted to vote for, that wouldn't count.
Well, I would just want to make sure we're clear here. This is on election recount. So the canvass board has already gone through to make sure the people who got the ballot they are supposed to vote. So, and then they go through and make sure they're counting the ballots in reference to the ones that we should be counting for that recount. And that's everything that they're looking at again during the recount process.
And then for future, and so we don't run in this again, they counted obviously probably a lot of votes for Lisa that were misspelled. The nickname thing is a little worrisome to me. I would like to, if you could get that answer prior to any more elections, that'd be nice to know if they would. If we can get a legal opinion on that, I think it'd be good to let our voters know. It's only fair to disclose that, on if they would count something, say, as Moki being Clayton. Thank you.
So what did the ballot say? Clayton 2 or Clayton Moki 2?
You're only allowed to put your legal name on the ballot.
Gotcha. Let's vote on this ordinance unless there's, Mr. Sumner?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have one more question. So the election night tallies from when they run them through the machine, I can't recall, but does that also tally the number of write-ins without tallying, obviously without tallying what they are, but.
That is correct. It only tallies the number of write-in votes. And the only time the canvass board would go through those write-in votes is if, I'm going to give you is if the number of write-in votes exceeds the smallest number of who appears on the ballot. So say you have John Doe at 100, Jane Doe at 50, and they're both printed on the ballots, but your write-in candidates come back in at 75. Then the canvass board would tally all of those.
And then what would be the treatment if the bubble wasn't circled, but there was a name written there on a recount?
The canvass board would have to look at voter intent, and the canvass board makes that decision.
Okay. Any objection to passing? Which one are we at, Madam Clerk? It's
21066, Mr. Mayor.
21066. I'm on the next page. Any objection to passing 21066? Corrective action, I think, is good for the borough. Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Now 21067, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance amending MSB 2.29, Office of Administrative Hearings, to allow the clerk to hire state of Alaska administrative law judges when the borough hearing officers are unavailable. And I am giving that staff report, Mr. Mayor. But if you're on the phone and would like to speak to this one, please press *3. So the borough has the Office of Administrative Hearings, and it's basically 5 attorneys. They all rotate through. They're not all on like a board at one time. And what they're looking at are level 5 classifications of animals, bid appeals, animal forfeitures, and they're part of the Board of Ethics process. So items need to be handled expeditiously. And what we've run into lately is right now we only have 1 attorney on the board. He had potentially a conflict of interest at one point and has a current conflict of interest on the case, on a current case. This would cement in code that would allow the clerk to call the have the Alaska Administrative Law Judges be our hearing officer. They also do this for other municipalities. It wouldn't just be the state or the Matsu Borough. They do charge a little bit more an hour than what we pay our Office of Administrative Hearings. The Office of Administrative Hearings makes $200 an hour. The state's going to charge us $217 an hour. But this will make sure that these cases get heard expeditiously rather than us trying to find an attorney to go through the vacancy report and be put on the board.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll open the public hearing at this point in time. I don't believe we have a sign-up list. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this besides Mr. Haberman? Okay, Mr. Haberman, go ahead.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. Follow the public process. When the public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I hope the clerk could listen to my statement because it references to her. What's being called is because they only have one slot open, that's been filled. You're given this would give the authority to the clerk to deal with that and deal with fast track scenario for administrator. Question number one, how long has it been going on? How long have those vacancies been out there? We've seen on the ambulance issue that you wanted to send something over the ambulance and that hadn't been by code and need to be having meetings so often and hadn't been met in years. And so you decided to, as assembly members, to get those slots filled. And that's what's happening. So my statement to you all is there should be not this authority given to the clerk to get administrative law judges to get those slots filled and do it the process you've been using, but not just give the authority, okay, we don't have enough, so we need to have her call, contact people and pull them in. Is that public process? Is that transparency? Does that bring the public into involvement and you involvement? No, this is not the way to go. And it's alarming that you're allowing, and obviously 10 to 1, if I had to make a bet tonight, you're listening to my words and the people in the room are listening to my words. But if they had to make a bet and I had to make a bet, whatever I say here, and I've said for years, you're more likely going to say nothing to what I say, and you're going to continue doing making the wrong decision. And that's going to result in public having less faith in what you do and less comfort of what you do. And the end result is you pass laws, and these are laws when you put your approval on this thing. And how do you expect the public to support those laws when you violate their trust and you pass this type of legislation? Or the elections, which you said nothing to what I said. More of the same. More of the same. It's gone on for years. So I'm glad to see so many people in this room tonight. That's not a frequent scenario. It's generally just me and you, maybe a couple other people, and that's it. I'm glad they're here, and I hope more are listening. But where's the trust that you and the public expect for you to make decisions like this? Say no to what you're saying and do the right thing, not this way, but the people's way.
Okay, are there any telephonics? No telephonics? Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this? We'd be adding Alaska Administrative Law Judges to our hearing officers. Okay, I'll close the public hearing at this point in time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-067.
Any discussion? Mr. Summer?
Mr. Mayor, what you said wasn't exactly right. We wouldn't be adding the administrative law judges to our borough hearing officers. We'd just be outsourcing and hiring administrative law judges. They wouldn't be going through any review and appointment process.
I stand corrected.
So, but that being said, I do worry that potentially there may be less effort put forward to try to staff those positions if we're just in the normal course of events hiring administrative law judges. And I'm sure that the clerk's office and the clerk has been making every effort to make these appointments, but perhaps the mayor who was an attorney.
I'm looking for a job. How much did it pay, Madam Clerk? Okay.
But, so I would be somewhat hesitant to pass this myself, yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Nowers?
Thank you. I would just note that we are not allowing the clerk to make decisions in cases. What we're trying to do is expedite hearings so that people get their day in court, so to speak, and that we're hiring administrative law judges who are certified and qualified to do this when we can't find others. I mean, I would certainly encourage and hope this doesn't discourage trying to find staff those, but I appreciate the clerk bringing this forward because somebody having to sit and wait an extra 4 weeks to go through a vacancy process or longer is not due process. So I appreciate both these last ordinances have come forward to make sure people get their, speedy process and they also get their intent and voice heard.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, on ordinance 21067, any objection to passing 2106? Mr. Sumner, do you object? Okay, so Madam Clerk, let's do the vote, please.
Assemblymember McKee? Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed.
Okay, let's go to 21068, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance approving the land classification of certain borough-owned lands proposed for inclusion in the 2021 competitive sealed bid land sale and future land sales, and classification of a parcel to be retained for public recreation purpose. Sorry. If anybody's on the phone and would like to speak to this, please press *3.
Excuse me, staff report.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Cameron, Land Management Agent for the borough. Before you this evening is a list of 26 properties that the borough is proposing to classify for general purpose or recreation purposes or whatever that is, to sell these properties in a competitive sealed bid. For those properties that would not sell, they would be offered under an over-the-counter process, which is a first-come, first-served basis. Under the competitive sealed bid process, the minimum bid price is the assessed value, with the exception of 3 of the parcels, as outlined in the best interest finding. The last 3 parcels were properties that were acquired for road right-of-way projects, and that money was spent to acquire those properties. And after it was determined the amount of easement that was needed, the remaining land is still viable, and so we are looking to sell that remainder, and those will be based on the appraised value by a third-party appraiser. Those 3 parcels specifically will be cash-only sales, and those proceeds, if sold, will go back to the right-of-way project specific to that acquisition. I don't know if you have any questions. I think the best interest finding has outlined things pretty well. Most of the parcels that we have are recreation-type properties. The only one that's a bit of an anomaly is the Willow property, where we have one subject parcel that's 80 acres, but it's actually 2 legal lots of record, 2 government lots. And there's a mushing trail that goes through there. And so in talking with the trail people out there and the person who nominated the parcel for sale, we decided that the south half, where the trails are going through and connecting to other dedicated and acknowledged trails of the borough, we would like to duly classify that property for the south half to be reserved use for public recreation. And the north half, we'd like to go ahead and classify at this time for general purpose, but it will not be offered until such time as we have the funding to actually survey the trails within that northern piece, so we can identify those and reserve those in the deed. But I'd like to go ahead and do the classification of it at this time. It doesn't have any bearing on whether or not we can move forward to sell it until we have that approval from you. But I just didn't want to come back with that parcel again down the road. So anyway, that's the only really anomaly that I feel might need some explanations. If you have any questions, I am here to answer any and all.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing at this point in time. No sign-up list. Sir, do you want to speak to this?
Hi, my
Welcome.
name's Tim Krug, and I just thought I'm here on a different subject tonight, but I bought many parcels from land management in the borough, and I just happen to have a couple of my notices that I've sent the borough when they're selling. Back in 2003, the borough listened to me. Back in just this recent one, which has to do with the Burma Trail crossing, I tried saying that marshland's used by a lot of trail users every which way. And the borough has a trail specialist, but the borough refused to really open up their ears and do a little bit further research on the subject, just other than saying, oh yeah, we got a Diderot survey done. But, and then a lot of these properties, we also have alignments that we have to, like even on Burma Road, there's an alignment, but now you guys aren't even wanting to follow the alignment with the dog mushing. Thank you.
This ordinance is not about Burma Road. Yeah, I know. Okay, anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? List of properties for sale. Any telephonics? Okay, I'll close the public hearing at this point in time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-068, and I have two amendments.
Go ahead with the first one, please.
I move to amend ordinance 21-068, and I am 21-137 by deleting parcel number 21-15, Talkeetna Spur Road, milepost 12 from the land sale. This amendment is due to the public comments that have been received opposed to the sale of this parcel.
What was that parcel number?
2115.
2115, okay. You want to discuss this? Let's do these one at a time.
So most of the concerns, the comments are part of the packet, have to do with the fact that the community of Talkeetna is in an area that is prone to flooding. And so this is actually high ground that they feel the borough may wish to have for infrastructure in the future.
Okay, any objection to that amendment deleting Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I do object. I mean, there was a best interest finding from staff for the sale of this parcel, and to just delete out parcels in only your area when the proceeds go to the general expenditure seems a little bit unfair. So.
Okay. Mr. Hale.
I'm going to defer to the judgment of the assembly member that represents that area.
Mr. Tu, did you have your hand up or? No. Okay, Mr. McKee, that was you. Anybody else? Okay, do you have objection to passing this ordinance, this amendment, deleting 21? Okay, so there's an objection to passing the deletion of 2115, so go ahead and vote, please.
Correct. A yes vote would mean we delete it. Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member Sumner, McKee, and Yent opposed.
Okay, Ms. Bovee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to amend ordinance 21-068, and I am 21-137 by deleting parcel number 21-23, milepost 93 Parks Highway, west of Caswell Lake subdivision from the land sale. This amendment is being made to keep this land for future community use. May I briefly speak to it?
Please.
So the community of Caswell has a population of well over 2,000 at this point. It was actually platted when there was talk of moving the state capital to Willow. So a lot of these residences are very, very small. It's impossible on most of them to put a well and a septic. So these people are packed very, very tight. And if we need any room whatsoever for borough infrastructure, we're going to need more than 0.6 acres. So this is one of the few larger parcels the borough owns, and I think it's important that we retain it. Thank you.
Mr. McKee?
What infrastructure
Go-
are they talking about?
Just,
What infrastructure are they talking about?
It's been proposed to put a park there. It has also been discussed, we are looking at property for the road service area. For salt, sand and salt storage.
For what would, you say road service area? What are they looking at? What are they talking about?
Sand and salt storage.
Okay, I object to the ordinance.
okay. Others, discussion? Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a shortage of borough-owned land out in that area, or in Talkeetna for that matter. I could be wrong, but I thought there was an enormous amount of borough-owned land in Talkeetna, and I believe in this area as well.
Ms. Bovee?
So in the Caswell subdivision itself, there is not a lot of borough land. We've been doing some searches for property for this. There is some along the Parks Highway. And that is coming in future legislation for fire stations, but not in this area.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Cameron? We're talking about the Caswell parcel now.
That is correct. We are bringing forward future legislation for fire facilities along the Parks Highway. We do have a lot of property in the Talkeetna area, as noted in the best interest finding, that is being utilized for parks and trails and natural resource units and things like that. In the Caswell area, a lot of the property is actually owned not by the borough, with the exception of within the Caswell Lake subdivision, where we have access or ownership of the small substandard lots. Typically, it's from tax foreclosure. So they're not very viable. This is one of the last large pieces of land that the borough owns right in the Caswell area, and it's a 40-acre parcel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cameron. Anything else on that amendment? Caswell deletion of 2123? Mr. McKee?
Mayor, I have a question here.
Okay.
Through the mayor, okay? Look, if indeed you were looking at that for something like a fire service area or what have you, why is it in this ordinance right now?
Through the mayor, to the Assemblymember McKee, that was not cited by the fire department as an immediate need for that. For that 40-acre parcel in particular, we do have a fire station in Hidden Hills subdivision, which is south of Caswell Lake subdivision, but it's quite a distance away. And so if this property is needed for retention for a potential future public purpose, staff has no objection to retaining it until such time that we find that we don't need it, and then we could revisit putting it on the market again.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I object. Can we have a vote?
Yeah, I won't make any comment on 2115, the Talkeetna one, but the Caswell one, the 2123, that at one point in time was the highest density subdivision, I think, in the state of Alaska, all those small lots. And I think this may be a wise move. So, but you object to the passing this ordinance, Ms. McKee?
To the
amendment.
Amendment.
Okay.
I object to it.
Deleting 2123. So there is objection. So some members go ahead and vote on the amendment, deleting 2123. So yes, deletes it.
Mr. Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Hale, Nowers, and Bovee in support.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bovee? Anything further on amendments? Anything further on 21068, the sales as amended, deleting 2115? Any objection to passing the ordinance now with the deletion of 2115? Seeing and hearing none, that ordinance passes. Madam Clerk, 21069 and Resolution 21071.
An ordinance accepting and appropriating $560,600 in anticipated project income during fiscal year 2022 for the rail extension project from Port McKenzie to the main line, The governing resolution 21071, a resolution establishing the scope of work and budget for anticipated project income during fiscal year 2022 for the rail extension project from Port McKenzie to the main line. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff report?
Through the mayor to the assembly, Finance Director Cheyenne Heindel. This is an ordinance that we bring to you annually to appropriate project income based upon property acquired from the rail extension. We anticipate approximately $560,000 to be earned from properties either being rented or sold in this next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question for the finance director.
Okay.
You're right. I see this every year, okay? My question to you is, since this really is anticipated revenue, it's not revenue. Last year, did we meet the requirement of the anticipated revenue for last year?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, I don't know if we met what we brought forward, but I can give you the income that we received in fiscal year 21, which was, let's see, looks like it was actual rental revenue was $39,000. There was a property sale that we had anticipated, but it didn't sell. So $39,700 is what we actually received. Fiscal year 20, we received $21,900 in rental income.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'll open the public hearing at this time. Is there a sign-up list? Madam Clerk says no. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance and resolution? Are there any telephonics? No telephonics. Go ahead, Ms. Rabel.
My name is Eugene Hammond. I represent myself, follow the public process. When the public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. Where do I begin on this one? We've heard about the rail extension line for a number of years. It's unclear if you approve the rail extension line at all. What is the proposal out there? How much money is it costing? But I appreciate Assemblymember McKee raising an issue and still didn't get an answer to his question on monies. Is there should be a clear history of how much money has been received in income from these properties and other properties, how much, what's the total of, and also, is that money still there or has been spent or has been transferred over for another purpose? I have reason to say those last words because the history among assembly members, previous administrations, has been to transfer money when they need to another account, distribution, and repay later. Repay later. We see that frequently over the years. At least I have. I have seen it. So what you've got here is accepting monies that they anticipate coming in. That's what you have here. That's all you have here. And the fact is there needs to be a clear audit of this scenario before you can proceed any further. Any further. But let's go on that word audit. I've seen the scenario of an audit report coming on an annual basis. And you see the reports, and I'm in the room, and you've got a copy of it, but the public doesn't have a copy of it. No, you see the copy, and the public doesn't. When we're in a public meeting, the documents, particularly on an audit, and the presentation needs to be seen by the public in this room. And year after year, there's a failure of you doing that. Not in Anchorage, but you continue doing that. So here we got a lot of home runs I just pulled on this thing. And I expect you're going to continue, that you heard my words, and many of these people in the room have heard my words for years. But you're going to ignore it and continue on the same path and bring less confidence to the public. And it's going to only be encouraged by members of the press, particularly the frontiers in the room, because they're going to say what word you say, but rarely they ever say what the public says. Thank you.
Any telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak in this? Mr. Frontiersman, any rebuttal? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at this point in time. Mr. Tu, this is for you to move, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-069 and resolution 21-071.
I'm hoping Mr. McKee's mic picked you up, but
Okay, I'll do it again.
yeah, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-069 and resolution 21071.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Nowers, then Mr. McKee?
I just wanted to address the history. I just double checked, but in the IM, there is a history of the expected sales and the actual sales, and they have come in lower each year. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this ordinance correctly. It basically just says, if this money comes in from the expected sales, this is where it will go. So is
Through the
that
mayor
correct?
to Assembly Member Nowers, yes, that is exactly what this ordinance does. If the money is received, this is where it will go.
Okay, Mr. McKee?
Well, I have a problem with this because one word, anticipated, okay? As they say in the hood, show me the money, okay? There's no money here. So we're just spinning our wheels. This is whatever.
Mr. Hale, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, so this basically says whatever rent money we get, plus whatever money we get from the sale, if someone decides they are going to buy it in the competitive bid, that money goes back into the project. It's kind of a no-brainer.
Okay, Ms. Nowers?
I just also think the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're doing this ordinance is because of restrictions on the funding that we got to have this property for the rail line, and now we're not using it. But we can't take money, if we get money from these properties, if we spend it on something besides the rail line, that gets us in sideways with the funders, the feds. So we're just staying above board is my understanding of this.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers, yes, that is the case because of the requirements that came with the original money to fund this project. Initially, we are required to put any money received from those properties, either rental or property sales that we acquired, to have to go back into this rail extension project. They can't be spent anywhere else.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to passing this ordinance? Mr. McKee objects, so go ahead and vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Okay, ordinance 21070 has been removed from the agenda for public hearings and continued indefinitely. Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 21071, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $50,000 from the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services to provide financial assistance to the borough for COVID-19 vaccine support services with accompanying resolution 21073, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services grant to provide financial assistance to the borough for COVID-19 vaccine support services. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, please press *3.
Staff report. You're busy woman, Ms. Heindel, tonight.
Through the mayor to the assembly. This grant money is to allow the borough to assist with vaccination clinics and site rentals and what they need for these items. And that's basically what the 50,000 is for.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing at this time. No sign-up list. Any telephonics? Mr. Haberman?
You knew I'll speak on this one, didn't you? My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process, and when the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I followed from many different governing bodies how they've been handling the COVID funds that received from whether state or federal and so forth. I followed for a long time for the borough and Anchorage Assembly and so forth. In the cities like City of Houston. And I raised alarm bells that you're got to expect that this funds that are coming to you is only coming to you before and to the people is because of COVID. If COVID wasn't here, it wasn't an issue, you wouldn't be receiving those funds. But I continue to be alarmed when I see these items come up and your approval of these funds a failure to take into account and thoughtfulness in how you handle CARES Act money. And this money is coming by way of the state, but I'll note this, is that because Anchorage is the size of Anchorage is, they don't have to go through the state. They go straight from the feds to them. It bypass, but you are not large enough. So the money has to go through the state and pass through. You may not realize that. That's one of the things I caught. That's a recent situation during the past several months. And I really don't have hope for, by seeing how you handle COVID. A lot of people have been hurt financially, both business, personally. A lot of people did not have to be going through this hurt extent. It's affected people's health. But in this room, we see that the alarm bell that COVID is a problem is still not registering with a few people that wear masks. And I'd like to say one thing in reference. I was at the hearing, not public comment today, for the appointment of assembly of the head of Department of Health for 90 minutes. During those 90 minutes, not one time did he use the word COVID. It didn't exist. But tell me in this room, how many times have you thought about COVID during this day? Imagine that. Not one time. The approval of his appointment will happen next Tuesday. I suspect it may probably not be approved. It should not be approved because it's an example of failing to deal with COVID appropriately. And remind you of my words I said some time ago. Those who have been fighting face coverings, they're confusing freedom with responsibility. This is responsibility. Wearing it is irresponsible. And most of the press in that room were wearing it. The room I was, assembly, and one member of the public, myself, and everyone else was not. And look at this room tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on 21071 and the accompanying resolution 21073? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-071 and resolution 21-073.
Discussion by some members? Any objection to passing 21071 and the resolution 21073? Seeing and hearing no objection, that legislation passes. Madam Clerk, 21072 and resolution 21074.
An ordinance accepting and appropriating a grant in the amount of $50,000 from the Alaska State Division of Forestry to operate collection sites and dispose of dead slash from beetle-killed trees for the Mat-Su residents. With accompanying resolution 21074, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Alaska State Division of Forestry grant to operate collection sites and dispose of dead slash from beetle-killed trees for Mat-Su residents. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff report.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Finance Director Cheyenne Heindel. Again, this is a grant that we are requesting acceptance and appropriation for the collection sites and for dealing with beetle kill.
Okay, I'll open, Mr. McKee.
I just have a question.
Okay.
This $50,000, now, is that going to our landfill and there won't be a charge for the public that comes in with the beetle kill? Is that what this is?
Mr. Dolan's going to come forward on this one.
Terry Dolan, Director of Public Works. Through the mayor, that is correct. We have several sites around the borough where we take wood at no charge to residents. It costs us more than this to dispose of it, but this helps.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Okay, I'll open the public hearing at this point in time. I don't believe there's not a sign-up list. Telephonics? Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and Ms. Bovee, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-072 and resolution 21-074.
Any discussion? Any objection to passing the ordinance and resolution? Seeing and hearing none, that ordinance and resolution passes. Madam Clerk, ordinance 21073 and resolution 21075.
An ordinance accepting and appropriating $10,519,653.50 in American Rescue Plan Carnivorous State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds from the United States Treasury Department with accompanying resolution 21075, a resolution approving the scope and work of budget for the American Rescue Plan Carnivorous State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, please press star three, excuse me.
Okay, staff report.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Finance Director Cheyenne Heindel. As we know with the ARP money, we are receiving it in two halves. The first half is the $10,519,000 you see before you. Attached to that is a spending plan of approximately, I think it's $5 million. That includes revenue recovery for lost bed taxes for 18 months, Talkeetna sewer and water sales tax, pool fees, Ice-Arena fees, borough gym fees. We were able to come up with those revenue losses based upon a state calculator that was provided to us. Additionally, there is projects that relate to clean water that we can utilize the money for the school district. And so that's the first initial spending plan we're bringing to you. Of course, as we develop more spending plans that meet the requirements and both law and finance can support, we will be bringing those forward to you as additional resolutions.
Okay, so the balance is after this, what's the balance?
The balance of this first $10 million is $5,479,302.
Unexpended.
Unexpended.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Is there a sign-up list? Okay, I guess I got it right in front of me. Bonnie Quill, Matsu CVB.
Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor and Manager Brown, I'm here tonight to just speak very briefly about Ordinance 21-073, the American Rescue Plan funds the borough is accepting and appropriating. Throughout the language of the ARP bill passed last March, Congress recognized the negative economic impacts the pandemic had on the tourism and hospitality industry. And Alaska was disproportionately impacted with canceled cruises, border closures, and for a long period required testing to even enter the state of Alaska. In the manager's presentation a few weeks ago, one of the priorities listed was to speed the recovery of tourism, travel, and hospitality sectors. The Matsu CVB Board of Directors last February appointed a recovery committee to prioritize recommendations of tourism infrastructure that could benefit the return of tourism in the borough. The top recommendations were to support new trail development and to add new restroom facilities and parking in Talkeetna. One of the things that we learned from the pandemic was the increased participation in outdoor recreation. We also have a renewed appreciation for the independent traveler who stays longer and spend more money than cruisers. My request to you tonight is to consider trails and public restrooms and parking in Talkeetna in your American Rescue Plan scope of work. An additional public restroom facility on the Glen Highway would also benefit the highway recreation corridor. And I thank you for allowing me to give you those comments.
Thank you. Any telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Mr. Haveman?
My name is Eugene Cole Haveman. I represent myself, follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. The words I said earlier, you can ditto, apply it to this one, but this is coming with a different package and a different, we're recipient of, from other sources, feds. And I like to say this in a part of the history that has been more and more alarming. The borough, when they made the venture to deal with the CARES Act money, and this is another chapter, they went against my request that you need to not reward with increased pay government workers. Not a time when people are wondering if they're going to have a job tomorrow and business is going to be in business tomorrow. You ignored that and you passed a borough budget with that premise and ignored that situation. So this package here is also alarming because if you identify the funds here, it's going to government. It's more of the same. Let's help government. What about the people? What about the people that have suffered out there, wondering what their future is like? What about the business that went out of business? Are they going to be able to get back in business? Look at the numbers here. It's dealing with loss of revenue, sales tax, and all that stuff in different entities in here without going into more detail. And obviously, one of the losses was the bed tax. You passed the budget, didn't you? You passed the budget just a handful of months ago on the premise of what you know you're going to receive. You did not know you're going to receive X amount. Why are you rewarding yourself and putting those monies in these kind of places? And who is really the one selecting and who does get money from you receiving the CARES Act money to the people who need help? So this is disastrous. It's shameful. And I expect, again, the frontiersman who's staying longer for this meeting than usual, usually he's within an hour lately. I commend him having patience of staying here as long, though I have been patient for years with you all. And you can't be passing this stuff. Didn't you just pass a budget that said a few months ago, everything's balanced? And now you're saying, okay, we had shortages of revenue, therefore we need to deal with those shortages and the sales taxes, the bed tax. And we don't need to reward the Matsu Visit Bureau, who lives on a champagne diet while people are suffering. And I remind you, in the initial COVID CARES Act money went out, you went to the organizations like Iditarod and so forth, and you forget the people. Thank you.
Are there any telephonics? No, come over, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Esther Huddleston, Huddleston. I know some local businesses that actually had to shut down because somebody showed up in their building with COVID and they would have to shut down for an entire month. And then a couple months later, they'd have to shut down again. And it greatly impacted those local businesses in the Matsu Borough. And it was really sad for that person because they had to sell their building and move into a smaller building, and they almost lost their business over COVID. And I really believe that local business owners who suffered should be receiving the money and not necessarily be building new restrooms and rest stops. We should be using that money for those people who had to shut their business down for a couple months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Madam?
Hi, my name is Diana Ramstad, and I just wanted to say I came here for another issue, so you'll be hearing from me again. The money that is being talked about here is going to go into our community as well. Those rest stops, all those things, if we're tourist friendly, we also bring in tourists. My family has depended on tourist money for various reasons, various things through the years. At this point, we don't, but I still think about friends who do depend on it. And if the Matsu Borough spends it on restrooms, and then that means more people tell someone, come up because they're tourist friendly, then we put that money back in the community. I mean, I went through the Matsu Borough School District, so maybe my math is off, but I'm a born and raised Alaskan who went through this through Meadow Lakes and Houston many years ago. But I would say putting money back into the community and putting money through this just may be the way to go. Sometimes you got to look at the big picture. And just for reference, because I always say this, my mother is Betty Veers, and she was on the Borough Assembly, and she wanted me to say hi to Tam, because that was her district. So, all right.
Your math is good. Betty Veers got me on the planning commission. So, your mother. Anybody else wish to speak to this ordinance? Any telephonics? If not, I'll close the public hearing at this point in time. Madam Bovee, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-073 and resolution 21-075.
Okay, Mr. Hale?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to note that when we were dealing with all the CARES Act money, after we passed the original ordinance accepting and appropriating, we would get resolutions changing the scope of work and the budget through the consent agenda. And while that might be technically correct and we can do that, I think that resolutions changing the scope of work and budget on these kind of funding bills should come through with a public hearing. And that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Bovee,
I have an amendment.
go ahead, please.
I move to amend IM 21-145 by adding the following project: Willow Log Cabin Well and Septic for $100,000. The Willow Log Cabin restoration is an ongoing project to refurbish the cabin for use as a cultural preservation center, museum, and make it usable and open to the public. In addition to preserving local history and being available for a meeting space, the refurbished building is intended to be a point for tourists. A well and septic system is needed for visitors, patrons, and tourists. I briefly speak to it.
Go ahead, please.
So this is a project that is currently ongoing, which should be completed in September. The funding includes a bathroom, but nothing to actually hook it up to. So I think it's a public health and safety issue. This is an opportunity for us to not put it on the capital projects list next year and just finish it up while the contractor's still in there. Thank you.
Mr. Spropoulos, does this project qualify?
Yes, as we discussed previously when we had the presentation by the finance director and I over the latest round of American Rescue Plan funding, water and sewer systems that are eligible for either clean drinking water or clean water loans. Instead of taking a loan under that program, you can use the ARP funding to pay for it. And so because this is a public facility, would be open for public use, not only tourism, but also community use, it qualifies.
Okay, Mr. Sumner.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that there's something like $72,000 of historical preservation money that's still available to be used as long as it's used within this federal fiscal year, which ends in September, and that we were going to be able to receive that money for this project specific, for the well and septic out there. So I'm not sure that appropriating the American Rescue Plan or Recovery Plan money would be appropriate for this at this time.
Mr. Dolan. Ms. Bovey's coming, Mr. Dolan too. We did receive the money from the State Historical Society. $15,000 of that was already committed to making the windows accurately for historical purposes. The bids for the well and septic, and Mr. Dolan, correct me if I'm wrong, came in really high. I think the smallest one was 70,000 and most of them were over 100 grand for the well and septic.
Well, yeah, that 18,000 for the windows, but I think that they have additional money that they had offered us.
Mr. Dolan?
The mayor is correct. They did offer us additional money. The bids came in higher than we expected. So that in order to actually build out the facility and put in the well and septic, we're going to need additional funds. If not these particular funds, it'll have to be some other funds later on.
So, Ms. Nowers?
Just wondering if you have any indication why it's so high. Is it the location, or is it that we're in a building boom and everything's just exponential right now and might come down
I
later?
think there's a number of factors involved, and I think you named two good ones. Historically, well construction in the Willow area is significantly higher than it is, for example, more in the core area of the borough. I can't tell you why that is exactly, but it's definitely location related. And we are seeing higher costs on everything as a result of the post-COVID supply situation that we find ourselves in.
I'm gonna let Mr. Manager jump in here
Yeah,
too.
so to Mr. Sumner's point, the state gave us the $70,000. The windows, to be historically accurate, ate through the first 15,000. So the bids for well and septic were above the 70,000. So we could potentially cobble a little bit more to that 70 and do well and septic, but we already committed to the windows, which is why we received the federal funding in the first place. But then you also have to finish the bathroom. So if we even did the well and septic, then we wouldn't be able to do the bathroom. So the 70 would buy us windows, bathroom, and some other smaller renovations. And then we would use the ARP funding to finish the well and septic, and the project's done. That's essentially what we're angling for. Does that make sense? I just wanted to kind of elaborate, because you are correct. We did get more funding from the state, but that total sum doesn't fund the well and septic. And it's under our project manager and engineer's advice that we do those two things together, so that you don't go and do the well or do the septic and then find out you've engineered yourself out of the other due to placement, just because of the water table in that area.
The historic perspective was an outhouse originally. So we're trying to correct that. So.
Question for the manager. Now, we had from the historical group $72,000, and we spent $18,000 for historically whatever windows. I don't know whether that's caribou skin or what, but so now if we subtract out of that 18,000 from the 72,000 plus $70,000 that we got from the state, we got all kinds of damn money for the well. Why not? Tell me.
Mr. Manager better handle it.
Yeah, so the $70,000 through the mayor, to Mr. McKee, the $70,000 from the state and the federal is the same money. It was federal money, as I understand it, that was passed through the state. So there's only one allocation of $70,000, not two. So the 70,000 minus the windows, which you just referred to, minus the bathroom reno, which allows you to have basically bathrooms in the cabin as opposed to an outhouse, as was referred to by the mayor, doesn't leave you anywhere near the 72,000 or whatever that bid came in for well and septic. It was above the 70,000 that we had already received. So we realized you cannot do it all unless the ARP funding creates an opportunity, because there is a water and sewer component to that funding allowable use.
Ms. Bovee.
So I inherited this project. The mayor can attest to that. Assemblymember Sumner has voted on this more than once. I really, really don't want to pass this on to whoever's elected in November to finish. And this is an opportunity for us to just cross this one off. So I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Mr. Sumner?
I would very much like to see it finished at this point, but I just worry that maybe we're getting gouged a little bit on the well and septic here.
I was shocked when I saw the bids come in for the well and septic myself personally, but you know, you're looking at the times and you got two builders on here, you're looking at the cost, and apparently everybody doing wells and septics right now are really busy, and that's kind of the point we're at right now. So this well, you know, it was my request. This would bring this project to an end. I've been working on it for, what is it, 6 years, Mr. Spropoulos, from the time we took on the gaining title to it, and
6 years.
6 years. And so this would put an end to it and get the project finished. I think you'll be totally happy with the project when you see it. You'll probably go to the Matsu Borough budget hearing up in Willow next year. Hopefully the community center will be finished and this project will be finished, and there will be time for me to go. So, Ms. Bovee.
Director Dolan, we just did septic work on the fire station on the same property, and that came in, the septic was what, 80,000 just for the septic repair?
I do not have those exact numbers off the top of my head, but I know they were significantly
Director
higher
Barkley might
than-
know
than
that.
what we
I know
thought.
we spent a lot of money and there were issues because there's a lake nearby and the water table and thank
And
you.
With the community center right next door, we actually had it to lift the elevation of the flow field. So there's a lot of
So it's
problems
complicated.
in that particular area. It was 80,000.
Thank you.
Giant?
Mr. Dolan added there at the last minute, I just wanted to point out that if this was water table issues in a lift station, you're talking 3 to 5 times the price of a standard sewer system. So if there are water table issues, and right now we can't even get the material at all, period, for lift stations. So if there's water table issues there, this actually seems pretty reasonable to me. That's all.
Okay, anything further? Any objection to passing the amendment, Madam Clerk? Thank you. The amendment, which would add the well and septic. Seeing none, that amendment passes. Anything further on 21073 and 21075? Any objection? Ms. Nowers?
I just want to make a quick comment about businesses, because that's something we looked real closely at last year when we got CARES Act funding. And the borough set aside 11 million for helping businesses because they've been hurt. And we actually ended up with money left over and we raised the amount to 25,000 a business. So I just want to say that's something I take really seriously and I'm kind of keeping my pulse on it still for how businesses are doing out there. And if it, looks again, like you've got widespread, but a lot of them are recovered and the hits are still in the tourism industry. That's the one that's coming back. So I just wanted to say that is something we watched and we did give out a third of our funding before to businesses.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to passing 21073 and 21075? As amended? Seeing and hearing no objection, they passes. We're going to take a break. I was going to push on to the next one, but people are running, so we'll take a 3.5-minute recess. Mr. Yacht? Mr. Yacht? Leave the Mayor of Palmer. Okay, we're going to go back on record. The time is 8:07 PM. We're going to take up ordinance 21074.
An ordinance extending the appropriation of 1.9 million in the match money for the 9.6 million grant from the United States Economic Development Agency from fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2025. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, Ms. Dolan has a great announcement to start out with. Staff report.
Teresa Dolan, Port Operations Manager through the mayor. I thought you'd make that announcement, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Well, this piece of legislation would actually extend the appropriation of a match for an EDA grant that we were recently awarded. We received word on last Thursday, that we are the recipient of a $7.6 million grant from the EDA. And that grant will allow us to put the much needed pile sleeves on our deep draft dock that we've been trying to do for probably the last 15 years. So we're pretty excited about that. But all this does is it extends the money that's already been appropriated for the match. It's so that it's there through the completion of the project.
Okay, well, thank you, and your diligent work, I think, led to that grant money, so we appreciate it, so. Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing at this time. Do we have a sign-up list? No sign-up list? Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? Mr. Haberman? Really, can you skip this one? No? Go ahead then.
My name is Eugene Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. Skip this one about the port. Here we go again. Another continued sad chapter we're dealing with. You need to stop dealing with the port. You need to close it up. Close up shop and dealing with it. Not accept any federal money, not accept any monies, and just close it up. There's been a mismatch, like I said, over the years, and instead you keep on, oh, we'll get more money here and there. And don't forget, not before all of you, I believe, except for, at that time he was Assembly Member Halter. It goes back to the ferry and all that kind of scenario. And have we settled the federal litigation yet, dealing with the monies that you received from the federal government? And when all of you were not present, but in that period, I mean, and now you want federal money from EDA, and I thought it's called not EDA as Economic Development Agency, but Economic Administration, because before I came and hitchhiked up here back in the 70s, that was my last job. And I gave up federal government because I could believe I could do more for the people by coming up to Alaska, and that's where I ended up, and I stayed. And I'm glad I did. I have no regrets there. But the scenario is that you need to stop this continued nightmare for the public. We don't support you. And the obvious is clear. And I told you there needs to be a federal investigation of your mismanagement. And there needs to be stopping it and full support for the Port of Alaska in Anchorage. The Port of Alaska in Anchorage. And where's the transparency? I see there's a resolution from the Port Commission. Yes, it's not signed, and it has a note here. Still needs to be signed by the Port Commission chair, but resolution did pass. Dolan, Port Operations Manager, 7/20/21. Is that the way you're going to accept resolutions now without a signature and proof the chair approved it? And you accept the manager doing this? This is despicable. And you continue doing it. You don't care about the proper elections. You don't care about dealing with the report. And I'll tell you one thing is, I get a lot of support and appreciation from the port meetings I attend in Anchorage. Really a lot of support, and they don't look the other way. And they work with me to have a proper, transparent situation versus decisions made at port meetings is they hear from themselves first, make decisions, and then they hear from the people after they make the decision. The only meeting I had not attended was this recent meeting, and that's a rarity. But I'm dealing with what we call a perfect storm, and I cover a lot of territory. But I'm sure if I wasn't there, it was more of the same. And look at the note, not even a signature from the chair. You're going to accept that from your manager? That's something that's firing offense. But wait a minute. The voters should also remove you in the next election. Thank you.
Any telephonics? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak about this $8 million grant money that's being passed to us? Okay, I'll close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to let Mr. Tu move this. It's his district down there in the port. Would you please? Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Mr. Yount.
Thank you, Ms. Dolan, for all your hard work. Deferred maintenance at some point can become catastrophic. This is a chance for us to protect our investment for pennies on the dollar, thanks to this grant. I'm grateful. So I hope everybody supports it. The other person I'd like to thank is the mayor for putting me on the Port Commission. And I want it to be known, I have every intentions of competing with Anchorage. We owe it to our taxpayers. We owe it to everybody north of us. It doesn't make sense not to. This is the most valuable piece of property in the borough, 100-fold. We don't have to dredge, Anchorage does. If the engineers 60, 70, 80 years ago had the information they had now, that port wouldn't even exist. It's iced up multiple times, right, where you can't even get stuff in. It doesn't happen often, but when it's, it happens at least on the decade. They got to dredge. Their water's not as deep as ours. I could go on and on and on. You guys, we have one of the most valuable pieces of property in the entire state of Alaska right here, and we need to protect it. And we're going to compete. I promise you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Any further comments, discussion? Any objection to passing that ordinance, 21074? It's a big day for the Matsu Borough. Thank you, Ms. Dolan, for working so hard on that grant. I know it was your work that really kept it going, and we're very lucky. So, okay, that ordinance has passed. Now we're going to go into ordinance 21076 and 21077, which are consolidated. That's basically the road bond package. You could talk about the roads within the bond package itself. Then, of course, 21077 is the funding through the sales tax. So we'll open the.
You want me to read it?
I better have Madam Clerk read it.
An ordinance relating to the construction, additions, improvements, betterments, repair, reconstruction, or acquisition of public roads and facilities related thereto in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, together with all necessary equipment and transportation facilities, including improving school access and the acquisition of lands or rights in lands in connection therewith, and a debt of the borough authorizing the issuance of area-wide general obligation bonds of the borough in amount not to exceed $73,685,000 to finance the cost in whole or in part of such public roads, facilities, and lands, and submitting the proposition to the voters at the November 2nd, 2021 regular borough election. Ordinance 21077, an ordinance adopting MSB 110-170 and MSB 3.35, 1.5% area-wide sales tax for transportation system projects, implementing a 1.5% sales tax within the entire Matanuska-Susitna Borough, beginning on July 1st, 2022, for a period of 5 years or until $73,685,000 is collected, whichever is earlier, and then expire, and submitting the proposition to the voters at the November 2nd, 2021 regular borough election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to staff reports.
Mr. Mayor, I'll open us up with that. I'll give a quick back story on how we got here, and then I think the borough attorney will talk about the merits of the sales tax that's associated with this in a very short fashion, hopefully. So back in February, we met as a group. We had an assembly special meeting. We talked about strategic items. One of the things that was discussed was our transportation infrastructure and the need to do more and better, develop some recurring cycle, some way that we could look at how do we build roads now, but then not take on a 20-year debt that would then take us 20 years theoretically to recoup the ability to go out and buy more debt. So we looked at kind of that pay it forward or forward funding kind of model. So what that led to was a special meeting on June 22nd. Staff presented a large list of projects that were narrowed down to the 22 that are before you tonight. So obviously we can spend some time talking about those. If you want to make amendments to add or delete or change, we have staff here that can answer technical questions about that. We have a gentleman in the back that's keeping a running total so we can update what that total sum is if you add or remove projects. So what's packaged here tonight is the list of projects and a potential funding mechanism that would allow for us to pay for these projects probably likely over about a 5-year period. So then you could get into some mechanism should the voters, elect potentially to continue that type of a model moving forward. And I'm going to defer to the attorney to speak to the sales tax aspect and the sunsetting. But that's how we got kind of arrived at this point with these projects. I will say that the public feedback that we've gotten, because we did a pretty extensive outreach, and my hat's off to our staff for doing that, is we've gotten lots of feedback about the need for the projects. We've received very little negative feedback in terms of whether or not we should go out and build more roads or improve pathways or do some of those other things. So I think it's pretty indicative of what we all already know, which is we have a need for transportation infrastructure in the borough, and this is one way to have that conversation in a public forum and allow us to determine what's the best way to move forward. So with that, I'll kind of punt it over to the attorney and see if he wants to elaborate a little further on the sales tax.
Do I have to? So again, the sales tax came out of the special meeting in June when we talked about not only, remember the slideshow, we had not only the projects, but also different mechanisms to pay for it. And it was our sense as staff that the consensus was, well, bring it forward for consideration to at least have it on the table for discussion. It's one of the reasons the clerk put the public hearings for these two together so you can debate both ordinances at the same time because one can impact the other. It is tied directly back to the proposed road bond package in the amount and the time frame. It would sunset after 5 years. Anchorage did a bond package or a ballot question where they raised the bed tax to fund the Denina Center several years ago. Not only funded payment for the Denina Center, but it keeps funding the operations. This is somewhat steals from that. Also, in drafting this, we took a look at Wasilla's ordinances. Wasilla was successful twice in raising sales tax for a period of time and then lowering it back down after a total sum was collected. This would kind of model after that. The difference would be it would expire after the amount of bonds is collected. So if the assembly decides to go forward with both of these, they are two separate ballot questions. If there are amendments to any of the projects and the sales tax is in play, I would only ask, and I'll point it out during the debate if it comes up, that if you do make an amendment to projects that amends the number on the bond question, we're going to want to amend the sales tax as well if the assembly decides to put the sales tax forward, because what you don't want to do is put a bond question of, $52 million out and then a sales tax question of $73 million, because you need them to line up. The sales tax was largely modeled off of the city of Wasilla's sales tax. Back in 2017, we drafted a sales tax for Talkeetna Water and Sewer, which was directly drafted from Wasilla's city sales tax.
I lost a sheet already. Virgie Thompson. Yes. Strongly in favor of the sales tax.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm not. I hate to disappoint you.
I'm devastated.
I know. My deputy mayor says there's no way that that ordinance could be rewritten to say non-area wide, and I say, yes, it can. Non-area wide leaves the 3 cities able to take care of themselves the way we do now. Area wide is just gonna create a huge mess for all of us. Code changes, remote sales tax, haven't even taken that into consideration. That's not written in there anywhere. We've spent a lot of time and money on remote sales tax, and it's helping our community, by receiving those sales tax. So it's just something that you're gonna possibly take away from us. And I'm not holding you all personally responsible for this. Overall, it going to a ballot period at this point in time that we are in our world, in our state, and in our communities with penny pinching. I think this is bad timing. Thank you.
Bert Cottle.
I too stand in opposition of this passing. Three of the 8 people here tonight in the assembly, 2 of you won't even be here when this goes on the ballot. You'll be termed out. For the remaining 6 of you, if you all get reelected on your next reelections, only 2 of you will even be left when these are paid off. The next borough assembly that comes on here can change what you're going to put on the ballot. They can change it. And I can use Third Meridian as an example. So you can say you're going to use it for this list of roads you have here. The next assembly that's elected in November can come in and change it. You can't mandate that the next assembly will follow what you put on the ballot. You want to talk about taxes? You already get $455,000 a year in license plate fees. I don't know where that money goes. It must not be going to roads. You get $8 million a year in cigarette tax, which half of it comes from the cities. You're not using it for prevention. And you're getting $1 million in bed tax, of which $150,000 comes out of the cities. You could still be using some of that money. Inventory tax, $5 million a year you guys collect in inventory tax across the borough. Why isn't that going to roads? Marijuana tax, you just got a $1 million increase in your taxes on marijuana, right? You never had it before. I don't know where that money's going. Why is that not going to roads? 2019, the city of Palmer did a study on if they had an increase in their sales tax there, their potential loss a year would be $400,000 a year because of anti-tax people shopping somewhere else. City of Wasilla would lose over $800,000. So you're going to cost them 2 cities alone $1.2 million a year in possible revenues because somebody's going to go to Anchorage and shop. Houston and Wasilla would have to change their cap from $500 to $1,000. So our residents in both them cities pay, Palmer also pay a utility tax. Okay, so now the limit has went from 500 to 1,000. You're going to cost our people more money. And that utility tax is borough-wide, all right? So everybody who gets MEA, MTA, N-Star, food, that's borough-wide, 1.5%. And what is sad is the collection point for the most of this will be through the cities. So the cities is going to collect the money before you, and unless you're going to change Title 29, that money has to be reverted to the borough and then sent back to the cities. Because all we're doing is collecting it on behalf of the borough. And I believe Title 29 says once you start doing that, you also have to take responsibility for our sales tax. I've not seen a fiscal note. How many more tax people are you going to hire?
Hang on a second. Thanks. I don't usually allow this, but Mr. Yant has a question for you.
Quick question. I think the Palmer City Mayor left, so I was going to ask both of you, but I appreciate your concern with misuse. I wanted to point out that 6 of the assembly members up here are first term, so most of us would see this through if we're reelected. I can't imagine that won't happen. The other thing is, if you were to be elected as our next borough mayor, would you not have veto power over misuse? If we were to neglect or
And that can be overridden by 5 people.
Yeah, it can be overridden by 5.
Right.
You know, does anybody in here believe that there's any 5 people up here that wouldn't hold up to their end of the deal? And so I caution anybody that's questioning integrity to look at the big picture here. We'll get to that, but I just wanted to make sure you understood you have veto power.
Right. I also understood that all I've heard from the assembly and administration is road bonds, road bonds, road bonds. I understand that. Of the 22 projects, 10 of them projects, if you go through them, have the words pathway or recreational trailhead. So 1/3 of the money Actually, almost $30 million of that 70 million is going to pathways. I didn't know we drove on pathways, and that's what's preventing the growth, but pathways and
Well,
trailheads,
I don't think
1/3.
that's correct, but thank you. You haven't been elected yet either. Dee McKee.
Down to one crutch.
Welcome, ma'am. We'll give you all the time you need.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Hi, I'm Dee McKee. What else am I supposed to say? Tell you where I live or something like that? No, just, okay, we're good. One of the objections that I have to a sales tax is that it hits everybody. And if you're making $10 an hour and she's making $100 an hour and you both get the same hit, for you at $10 an hour, that's kind of a big hit. For her, she wouldn't even notice it. So it's a regressive tax in as much as it really, and I teach at a Title I school, so I really see a lot of that really close to the bone kind of money operation. I'm also thinking, if I'm out in Talkeetna and they want me to pay sales tax so that I can fund the road improvement in whatever road service area it is, I don't really care about Dee McKee on Snow Peak Road. I really don't, because they're going to come and hit me at some point in the future. I know that we have and when you go into a road service area, you know you're going to get something levied against you. Well, stuff happens. And so what now that those roads, those little things that were rabbit tracks 40 years ago, put a little sign on it, it's called it Rabbit Track Road, and now it's a subdivision, and there you go. Something happens after 40 years, it's kind of, there was a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, they were talking about how the first 3 miles of the road was just basically doing this because of how it was built then, so they weren't built to spec. So it's obvious that you can't, the people in the road service areas can't single-handedly on their own take care of that. But when you're talking about combining that with the road bond issue and maybe a little nudge from those folks, I think that's more reasonable than going with the sales tax. Also, when you talk about sunsetting, if I'm making $10 an hour and all of a sudden I get $15 an hour for 5 years, and then you take that away from me, it's like, I'm not sure that I'd be comfortable with that. And taxes they're like relatives, they stay around forever. So it's like, is it really going to go away when we say it does? And let me just say one thing about bed tax. So looking for alternatives, the pay to play thing, marijuana, tobacco, vacation. I was a marketing major in tourism when I graduated from UAF. And people don't like to come home with money from their vacation. So they wouldn't even notice if you bumped up the bed tax a little bit. Because if you come home from vacation and say, whoa, I just saved $1,000 on my vacation, it's like, that's $1,000 I didn't get to do something with. So I think there are other ways that would be, I look at a sales tax as punitive almost. So that's my 2 bits, and thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mark Bailey? There he is. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I am for passing these road bonds. It is important to maintain our borough infrastructure and roads. Walkability is a major factor. I just recently on the top of Fairview Loop, they put in a walking path, and I've seen a lot more people out there. It increases the interconnectivity, which increases our economic activity, which can lead to more sales tax to our cities. And on sales tax, I am opposed to a sales tax. It is regressive. It does impact low-income families harder. Instead, I would hope that the borough continues pursuing a material severance tax, keeps working with the industry to find something that works, looks at tobacco excise tax, looks at a fuel tax. Most of these can be seen as user taxes on our roads. If you're driving our roads, why not pay a fuel tax to keep driving our roads and maintain them? Same with a material excise tax. For heavy industry use on our roads, it is a vessel for the government to capture that value to offset the negative externalities of that to help maintain our roads. And these are long-term taxes. I don't agree with something with a sunset because I don't think the assembly years from now would want to let that sunset. Rather have just taxes that will be there, that can be built in, and people can get used to them, and diversify it so we lessen the impact on property owners. And I urge the assembly to diversify your revenue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any telephonics? Okay, we've got telephonic callers, and we'll do that first, Ms. Bettini, then we'll pick up in the audience here. First telephonic caller, please. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Glenda Ledford, and I'm the mayor for the city of Wasilla.
My council voted unanimously against the sales tax. You have our resolution and you can read that, but it would be very detrimental to the city of Wasilla. And why would you want to punish us because we've been good stewards of our money? We have a paving plan to pave our roads and whatever. So local control always get the job done. So we are adamantly against this sales tax. Thank you.
Next telephonic caller, please.
Brian Hanson, HANSON. I think this is the public process at work. I think it's great that the Assembly is debating this. They've come up with a plan. They have an opportunity to put something before the voters and decide it. I do think that you're going to need to sharpen your pencils a little bit. At $73 million is a lot of money. It's a big community economic driver. 1.5% sales tax, so that's $4.9 billion in, goods and services that you're going to be taxing. At 100,000, 110,000 residents, that's, $45,000 per resident over a 5-year period. So that's, $9,000 per person roughly. You guys can check my Anchorage math on that. But I think it's awesome. I think putting it before the voters is the way to go. Let them have a voice and put your best foot forward and see where it goes. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bettini?
Hello, I'm Cindy Bettini, and I'm here to support the sales tax to pay for road bonds. I think I might have been the first person to ever sponsor road bonds on the Borough Assembly, and I have voted for every one. But as I look at my property tax, I'm not that interested in supporting road bonds with my property tax forever. And I know all of you weren't here, but a couple years back, I spoke to the Assembly from the Transportation Advisory Board point of view, and we gave some suggestions on consolidating road service areas so that the road service areas were larger and might be able to bond for themselves. And you could probably look into that. But if you look at this map, some of the bigger projects would be in the core area. So as far as the sales tax goes, real quick on that subject, I pay sales tax to all 3 cities, and they're doing quite well on my sales tax. And I think, I don't know, maybe the cities have, do they even have 1/3 of the population in our borough? I don't think they do. And I think all of the Mat-Su borough is paying sales tax to the cities. And it kind of bothers me that they don't want to collect sales tax for the borough so that we can improve the roads for the people that are supporting their infrastructure projects by paying sales tax in their cities. So I guess the only other thing is I'm not sure the timing is really very good when we did have a sales tax on the ballot. And I can't remember what year, but it was a year that there were 3 assembly seats and a mayor's seat all up for election. And when it came right down to it, I think they were all saying that they wouldn't vote for the sales tax in all of their advertising. And we wouldn't be here right now if we had diversified taxation in the borough. It's time for y'all to think about having some more diversification. I would be with the gentleman that spoke about gas tax, gravel tax. I'm just for diversification so that we can have a bigger and better borough to accommodate the millions of people that seem to be moving here, creating this need. Anyway, thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Any more telephonics? Anybody else in the audience? Mr. Endel, come on forward, please. Welcome.
Brian Endel, thank you. Has anybody considered selling borough land? Right now, the cost of land in the borough is extremely high. 20 years ago, same 5-acre property probably cost double what it does right now, or it costs double now what it used to. So I just want to, I'm against the sales tax in general, against tax in general, but I'd like to see if someone comments on perhaps a sale of land, because the borough has a lot of land and they can sell it. They've got the infrastructure to do it. Thank you.
I think we just passed an ordinance to sell land tonight. Sir, come on forward.
Hello, I'm Tim Krug, and I'd just like to ask you to amend the bond sale to include Burma Road. We've had drawings, engineered drawings done years ago, and it's even recorded on our deeds that there's going to be an alignment. We've had alignment drawings, 1999 from Alaska Rim, that shows the public use easements. And you should, when you're doing projects, you should be working with the plan that you're putting on our deeds. At least you should, you know, it's hard to have trust with this borough when you tell us one thing and then you do another thing. Thank you.
All righty. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak on this? I'm not going to say a word, Mr. Haberman.
These are two ordinances before you start the clock. That means 3 minutes a pop. That means 6 minutes because you combine two ordinances.
Go ahead and start your 3 minutes and test.
What about, am I going to get 6 minutes or not?
No. 3 minutes, just like everybody else. Go ahead.
You just broke your rules. And state law provides a reasonable opportunity to public heard, and I condemn that decision in the highest level. My name is Eugene Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, it certainly is not happening here tonight, as usual. Where we go here, a borough sales tax. It's been mentioned on different items. One was dealing with, of all things, police powers. Didn't hear that tonight. And your answer on the police power scenario is basically realizing it's a lot of cost to go into the area of police powers, and your decision is to deal with the state and help out and not have that cost. Whereas Anchorage is dealing with that scenario. And Anchorage is not going on a sales tax for dealing with roads. Why is that? But this is being proposed tonight. How come the largest city in our state next door didn't propose a sales tax? But you're doing it. And why on this one versus anything else out there like the police powers? But you're doing it on this one. I find this incredible, and I do agree with Cottle. It's hard for me to agree when he speaks, but this one, he's correct. It's a competitive issue here because once you raise the issue of a borough sales tax to communities that have already a sales tax like Palmer and Wasilla, we're going to have more difficulty, and the argument they're going to raise is loss of sales tax revenue for their operations, and it's going to go to Anchorage. So that's one. And so I find it appalling. And also this thing, I asked Alex Strom by written note. I says, what about, did the feds pass the infrastructure bill? Unfortunately, I'm dealing with a perfect storm, and I've been tied with certain scenarios. And so I have not been my avid reader of my New York Times as I would usually tune in, because I'm dealing with right here and what's going on in the state and me. And so the last 30, 40 days, what's happened to the infrastructure bill? And one would think that that's where you tie in. And we're talking about federal funds and all that kind of stuff. This is happening at the wrong time. You pass budgets year after year and you say everything's fine and this is the way we're going. But then you look down the window and 5 minutes later, you basically come out and, well, we need to change the package we just approved for the budget. And now, a few months later, we're dealing with this proposal on a sales tax. And for what? Roads. Do we have a borough sales tax in the history of the borough? I do not know the answer. When was the last time the borough had a sales tax? The fact is this is wrong. The time of COVID, you put your federal money, you get in state money and dominate. When one reference starts, some of them are now says, well, 1/3 of that money is given out to the people. Well, my answer to that is 2/3 went to government, more the same. No to sales tax at this time.
Ma'am, did you want to speak? Come on forward, please.
What about that 3 minutes?
Just take all the time you need. Your clock will start when you start talking.
My name's Tracy Morgan, and I found it interesting, first of all. I think it was you, Mr. Brown, that said that you had a lot of support for this. I think that's just because the people have not really heard about it much yet. It's kind of, I'll go as far as to say insulting after the pandemic, and so many people have been hit because, the consequences of it. And gas prices have gone up exponentially. Food prices, I was just, I have had to completely readjust my own budget because we're not getting the same bang for our buck that we even did, a year and a half ago, and even a year ago. With everything costing this kind of money, it's adding another sales tax, and we already have a, 2.5% sales tax in Wasilla, 3% sales tax in Palmer. Adding that is just going to be, it's going to disproportionately affect families. I worked in school district and in a Title I school as well, seeing families have what they have to go through, just to make ends meet. Add the extra burden of not getting a PFD, which usually families really count on that for, clothes, for school supplies, for everything that they need. And then nobody's getting the same amount of things or just their basic needs met for what they could afford at one time, if that makes, sorry, I'm getting a little tongue-tied, but it's just going to disproportionately affect everyone. Some people, it doesn't bother at all because they make a decent amount of money, as someone said previously. Me, I can rebudget, but it's going to hurt a lot of families. Also, there's the problem of it's going to take a lot of business to Anchorage, whereas at this time they don't have any sales tax. And already I know a lot of people that go to Anchorage, such as myself. Anytime we have to go to Anchorage, make a big trip, do all our shopping there to avoid sales tax. So it's going to take revenue away from this area ultimately, because people are going to try to avoid it. It's just another expense. So, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for coming in. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Morgan. I appreciate that. One point of clarification, when I was talking about the feedback from the public and the positive nature of it, I was talking about specifically the project list, not the sales tax.
Okay.
So I want to be clear, and what my point was there is that the need is clear. So I was not at all trying to imply that positive feedback was related to the sales tax.
Honestly, I haven't researched enough to know the other avenues. Some other people have had good suggestions. I just know that it's going to hurt a lot of people in the community.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thank you. We got it. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this ordinance? Got the combined road bond package plus the funding. Any telephonics? Okay, I'm going to close okay, sir. Come on forward. Welcome.
So I'm Jade Laughlin. I own Central Gravel Products here in the Valley. And this is one of the things that I've been talking about for quite a few years is I believe we do need a sales tax, a minimum one. we've been kind of brainstorming about a gravel extraction tax. It's not that's gonna hurt people a heck of a lot more than this is gonna hurt. I mean, I'm on a budget just like everybody else and stuff, but I'm also willing to pay my fair share on this, so I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this bond package and funding, sir? Welcome to the assembly.
Thank you. My name is Richard Morgan. I am the president of the Matsu Classified Employees Association. And this is predominantly going to affect our members who consistently make less than $35,000 a year. I think it's interesting that we always come up with these great plans of what we want to do with our money when the times are good, right? Problem is the times aren't good right now. I mean, you look at the list of the improvements that they want to do and the projects they want to do, and I look at that list and I go, no, no, no. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on there that's, yeah, it would be nice to build a trail there, or yeah, it'd be great to have a snow machine trail going through there, but we just went through a pandemic. We have people that lost their businesses. We have people out of jobs that are trying to, well, actually, there's a lot of jobs available right now, but are still trying to make ends meet. And I think if you come at them with a 1.5% sales tax on top of what we already pay everywhere else, I think you're going to run into a lot of trouble. And not only will it has to go to election, and more than likely it won't pass. But I mean, one, you need a plan B on what happens when the sales tax fails. And if it succeeds, what's your plan to take care of the cities that are going to lose a lot of revenue? And we just came back from Anchorage, you know, the new speed limit, it's fast. You know, and a lot of these people are going to go to Anchorage to do their shopping, go to Eagle River for the Fred Meyers and Walmart and Eagle River. And that's revenue that we're going to lose in the long run, which of course, if you keep raising taxes, you end up losing revenue. I mean, that's just the way it works. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Oh, we got a telephonic. So go ahead on the telephone, please.
Hi, this is Crystal Mydart, and I am currently the Deputy Administrator for the City of Wasilla. Prior to that, I had owned and operated an environmental construction company for 25 years here in the Valley. And I think from what I'm hearing around the business community specifically and households, the last thing they need right now is more tax and money coming out of their wallets, and more work for businesses to collect that tax to pay. Back in 2018, the borough chose a partner called the State of Alaska, and that partnership has not worked out. Why come to the cities now and propose a partnership when the partnership was already established in 2018? In no time in history have we seen money come to the local government as we are seeing right now with the federal government. This infrastructure bill that is expected to hit the borough and every other county in this country should be an alternative partner instead of our local cities. The highest inbound resident we have right now is senior citizens. That should be the last demographic we tax. And the other thing is there was no cost benefit analysis done of what it's going to cost in infrastructure for the borough to administer this. They tried this with a gravel tax and actually lost money because of the cost of setting up the actual infrastructure. I can say with my short time at the city, the cost of setting up the infrastructure requires hiring more government employees to manage that process. And that needs to be very well communicated to the people that are going to be paying the bill. Inflation has hit us. You can hear it from the businesses. They're talking about how are they going to pay for the increased shipping costs? How are they going to find people to work? People are getting paid to not work. There is a lot of additional expense now to doing business. The borough needs to listen to the business community. This is going to have a negative economic impact on our city, and it's going to negatively impact our local businesses, and we are relying on the leadership sitting right there to listen to us. Thank you.
Any other telephonics? Anybody else in the audience? It's a big issue. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at this point in time. Ms. Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-076 and ordinance 21-077.
Okay. Mr. Hale?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everybody that came out tonight and talked about this. This is, as the mayor said, a very big issue. And I believe that something this big deserves to have two public hearings rather than just one. So I would move to continue the public hearing to August 17th.
Okay. Madam Clerk, how does that affect the scheduling for you?
Mr. Mayor, August 17th still works. I do believe the date, the last time we can adopt anything, let me bring up my calendar, bear with me. I do believe it's August 27th. It's August 27th, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion to continue the public hearing and keep this alive till that meeting date. Is any objection to that continuance? It'd be another public hearing. What was the date, Madam Clerk?
August 17th, Mr. Mayor.
August 17th. Any objection to that? Any assembly member? Mr. Sumner?
I just have a question for the clerk,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. So if it were to pass on August 17th, did you say? And then somebody were to move for reconsideration, would it then not make the ballot?
Are you planning ahead? I'm sorry, I'm joking. It was a bad joke.
I think it was perfect right on the spot.
So if the assembly adopted it on August 17th, the assembly member who voted in favor of it would have until 5 p.m. on the 18th. We can get an agenda in the paper for the 20th to hold a meeting on the 24th. So the assembly would still have time to act on that. But it does take 3 assembly members or the mayor to call a special meeting.
Why don't you just go ahead and move for reconsideration right now? Okay. Anything else on the motion to continue to the next public hearing, August 17th? Seeing no objection, that public hearing on 21076 and 21077 is set for the 17th. So the public is invited back to testify and bring some friends along if you want. With that, we'll move on to 21078. Mr. McKee.
I think that people came here to kind of want to get a feel onto how the assembly was looking at this. So I think even though it's continued, and I agree with taking it to the 17th, okay? I think that we ought to talk a little bit about these issues, and you're saying no.
You voted wrong on the continuance.
Well, look, we're the assembly. We can do anything we want, okay?
I guess you can move to reconsider.
It's not a question of us not being able to do that, okay?
You're just too late. You're too late right now. If you want to move to reconsider, I guess you can move to reconsider. That's your only.
No, I don't.
That's your
I
only
said
option.
I don't want to reconsider this. But we're setting up here because nobody really setting up here wants to talk about
At
this.
comment time, you'll have the freedom to talk about this all you want.
Okay.
Is that okay, Mr. Spropoulos? I just wanted to see if you're awake down there.
I'm awake.
Okay, so at comment time, you have your wish. Ms. Nowers?
I just appreciate, Mr. McKee, I agree. That people are here and maybe want to hear some of the discussion and thoughts of the problems we're trying to solve. So if comments works, I hate to make people stay longer, but that would be at the end. And if people are
You
interested.
get 1 minute at comment time. I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next ordinance.
Ordinance serial number 21078, an ordinance enacting MSB 110-170, codifying the power to restrict motorized equipment on lakes and waterways within the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Now, this is the one Mr. Sumner was pointing out earlier. So I thank you for your patience. And Mr. Spropoulos is going to handle the staff report. This is very simple.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, this is essentially a cleanup ordinance. When the borough exercises powers, Those powers are generally aggregated and reflected in Title I. So anytime somebody calls and says, what are the borough's powers? We say, look at Title I. We have listed in Title I all the powers granted to us by state law and all the powers granted to us by the voters. In 1993, the borough voters brought forth an initiative petition that said, shall an ordinance be adopted to provide a restriction on the use of motorized equipment on lakes and waterways within the Matanuska-Susitna Borough? Under the state law at the time, that initiative was required to be put on for a special election. That special election was held, and if you look at page 305 of the packet, there was a certificate of election held on February 1st, 1994, and that question passed. Since that date in 1994, so roughly 25 years plus, the borough has had chapters 1759 and 1758 in the code. They already exist. They've been there for over 25 years. What is not in the code is a reflection in Title I that this election occurred, that the voters brought this forward via initiative and it passed. So this came up a while ago when we were doing some research in my department. We noticed that there's a power that the borough is currently doing that's legally approved by the voters, but it's simply not reflected in Title I. So this is a cleanup ordinance to reflect in Title I how we got the power to do this, because it's not found in state law. It's not an area-wide power in state law. It's not a non-area-wide power in state law. It's not a service area in state law. So the question immediately becomes, how do you do 1759 and 1758? It's because the voters brought it forward and the voters demanded that this happen. When an initiative comes forward, the Borough Assembly has no power to stop it and puts it to the vote. And so the voters gave the borough this power back in 1994, and Title I needs to be updated. Some things that we use Title I for in that list of powers are borough manager recruitment. The consultant listed all the powers that the borough exercises. When we do bond issuances, we list all the powers that the borough exercises. In your budget ordinance, there's a list of all the powers that the borough exercises. What's missing from that list is this voter initiative. So this ordinance tonight reflects Title I and updates Title I to show that the source authority for these two ordinances that have existed for 25 years shows in Title I.
Okay. Everybody got that? Okay, we'll open the public hearing at this time. Esther Huddleston.
Good evening. My name is Esther Huddleston, and what the voters voted on 27 years ago does not override the Alaska State Constitution or a Supreme Court ruling. And the question is giving the borough the right to restrict waterways. And in the Alaska State Constitution, under Section 14, access to navigatable waters, this section adopts the public trust doctrine regarding navigatable waters, rivers, and other public waterways whereby citizens of the state have the right to travel on and otherwise use these bodies of water. The government may not deny this use except by a general law that protects the public interest. For example, a state law may keep people away from a lake that supplies drinking water to a town or impair navigation on a river by building a dam, but it may not protect the interests of a private fishing lodge by blocking public access to a stream. And then the Supreme Court ruling rules 9-0 in favor of John Sturgeon and Alaska rights. This quote comes from Attorney General Kevin G. Clarkson. Today's decision by the Supreme Court means the people of Alaska can continue to exercise their freedom to use state-owned waterways for every legal purpose, including economic development, recreation, hunting, and fishing without illegitimate restrictions imposed by distant federal authorities. Just outside Wasilla city limits, Palmer city limits, people rely on four-wheelers, snow machines, motorized boats to access their home or cabin. It's extremely remote. We do not have borough roads accessing certain areas, maintained roads, and we have lakes that don't have roads all the way around them, and they rely on that as a form of transportation. And I don't see how the Mat-Su Borough can restrict those areas for people. And also, just a year ago, on a Monday, right after 4th of July weekend, the Mat-Su Borough Planning Commission tried to pass a new lake ordinance. without following their existing lake ordinance. They cut out the public process. They were trying to pass it without 3 public meetings. Also, they tried to pass it without contacting the homeowners around the lakes. And when the Matsu Borough came with the lake ordinance, it was supposed to be a done deal. The lakes that were non-motorized are non-motorized. The lakes that are motorized are motorized. End of discussion. We're not going to keep bringing this up over and over again. And if you don't like motorized recreation, you go to the lake that has non-motorized recreation and you buy lakefront property on that lake that has non-motorized recreation. And it was supposed to be a done deal, but yet I find us coming here back again over and over, fighting over the lakes. And I just don't see how you have the legal right to restrict waterways, and you cannot override a Supreme Court decision. Thank you.
Okay. Diana Ramstead?
Hi. Yes, I'm here for this specific issue. In 1995, the borough created the first lake management plan. That was Crooked Lake, Kinnick Lake, and Rainbow Lake. Then, in 1997, on my lake, Blodgett Lake, which we lived there from 1971 to 2012, and before that, Big Lake, so I'm not a newcomer. And now I still live in Meadow Lakes. Our lake got together and created another lake management plan. That lake management plan was so contentious, it was in the paper. It made international and national news. Why? Because I watched grebes and swans that were nesting on my lake be killed by people who came out on the weekends for power with power jets. I didn't appreciate the one comment. My family bought our property in 1971. I shouldn't have to move because somebody decides it's a motorized lake. Blodgett Lake is a small lake. One of the things that really gets me is this isn't a new issue. This has been around. Thank you to the borough attorney for clarifying a lot of things I was going to say, because I appreciate it. This is not new. And just to point out, I'm one of the voters who voted to put this on there and have it done, because I've lived in this borough pretty much my entire life. As I mentioned before, my mother is Betty Veers. So this specific incident at Blodgett Lake, if anyone's wondering why my mom got into politics, this was it. What bothers me is people who haven't been around long enough to do the research and assume this is new. And again and again and again, no, if you bother to look at the lake management plans and really study them, you find out that small lakes have one plan, medium and large. All it takes is some research. All of this research that I just mentioned is right there on the borough assembly, on the borough website. And it doesn't take much to look up that Big Lake, for example, has a lake management plan. We all know Big Lake, can drive on it. It has a lake management plan. People who live there know that. People who live on these lakes know that. I don't understand why this is now being brought forward as some contentious issue when this, the only thing I could be contentious about is it should have been done already, but that's a small thing. It needs to get done. Right now, there are currently 45 to 46 lakes in the borough who have current lake management plans. People should decide. I leave it to you. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to speak on this? Come on forward, Mayor.
Well, I appreciate getting stuff straight because I know what that's like. You have one thing and the other doesn't match, and so I know it has to happen. I guess I'll have to call to find out how much enforcement is actually being done on lake management plans. It's pretty clear in the code what can be done on each lake listed in the code. And will this affect any of the current plans that are already in place? And there just needs to be more lake management plans for each lake within the Mat-Su, I think. And I think that would be a good thing for the borough to pursue for people that live on a lake, because enforcement on waterways is very difficult. And I don't think you guys have code compliance people to be able to go on the waterways to enforce this stuff that is in writing, which is kind of meaningless because it can't be enforced. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bettini?
Cindy Bettini. I'm glad that you are codifying this and getting it in the code in the right place, because I don't live on a lake that has a lake management plan, but we don't really need one. So nobody's going to come in and do it unless our residents get together and petition the borough to do it. And I think that that's an important fact that a lot of people don't understand, is that it starts with the residents and the property owners on the lake. And anyway, I encourage you to move forward with this, and it's really a non-issue. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Any telephonics? Okay, we got a couple telephonics, Mr. Haveman. First telephonic caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, borough staff, my name is J.C. McCavitt, M-C-C-A-V-I-T, and I've lived on Watsonville Lake for 57 years and served on the Planning Commission from 95 to 98. I have a few issues. I do not believe that the Lake Management Plan Implementation 1759 is in any way related to Chapter 1758, motorized uses on lakes and waterways. That was done by referendum. My wife Brenda and I stood on the street corners and went door to door, collected the signatures. We fought the borough all the way on that, and we won that special election. And there's nothing that needs codified on 1758. Now, I can see what's happening with 1759 because that's lake management plans. That's taking private property and kind of giving it to the landowners. The landowners are private property, but that lake is not their private property. The lakes belong to the state, and they're there for the public's use. And when you restrict me from coming on a lake, whether by plane or sailboat or a motorboat, then that's not the right way to do this. And so you're not going to use this special election to codify 1759 because that's just not correct. And I do have a lot of history, and I can tell you that 1758 was never intended as a restriction on horsepower. It was a restriction on hours of operation for motorboats. It had nothing to do with motorized uses. It had to do with all uses of the lake, all shared uses, including the public who have access to Wasilla Lake. And if you go into the 1758, you'll see specifically under 1758-100 that there was only certain lakes. There were no other lakes mentioned or other lakes included. There was Cottonwood Lake, Finger Lake, and Wasilla Lake. And if you go further, you'll see Cottonwood Creek is included. Now, Cottonwood Creek is restricted to non-motorized use, and that's because the average depth is less than a foot going down Cottonwood Creek. And, it's unnecessary for any motorized boat to try to go up and ground themselves in Cottonwood Creek. And besides that, it's a drawn fish body, the salmon, spawn there and everything else. And so my big issue with this is you can't use our referendum to codify your lake management plan. And we know what happens when things get recodified. They get redefined. I mean, you start to look at 1758, there's already been changes snuck in there that weren't approved, under the referendum on that special election. And that's just not right. And so I have big issues with that. And here on West Silver Lake, we like our ordinance, and we don't have any problems. At 11 o'clock at night, things get quiet here. Some people enjoy it when it's quiet, and some people from their living room, and some people enjoy out recreating on the lake. We can do both here, and we have done it for the last 27 years since we implemented this ordinance.
Okay.
So all I'm asking the assembly to do is do not codify this and include 1758. And if you want to try to codify it on your lake management plans, good luck, because
Let's wrap up.
you're taking non-motorized on public waterways.
Let's wrap up. Thank you. Any other telephonic callers? Okay, we got a second telephonic caller, so go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. State your name.
My name is Kamani Wright, Alaska resident for over 25 years, and I just want to say I'm opposed to this ruling borough-wide. I think we should have free access to any lakes with any motorized vehicles as we so choose. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other telephonic callers? Okay, we got another telephonic caller, so go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Leslie Wright. Let me just start off by saying I'm born and raised here in the Valley. My grandfather was West Pine. He worked in Independence Mine.
Hello, are you still with us?
Yep, they resided there until he got called to the war. My grandpa, Robert Smith, was part of the Buick Smith Road, was named after my family. My dad worked for the state of Alaska Division of Emergency Services for over 30 years. He was also the first fire chief for Station 71, which now that fire station has been named after him. My mom has worked for the school district, Matthew School District, for over 30 years. So I'm not a transplant here. And I think this directly affects us, our children, and our grandchildren. I am not okay with these changes. And I think that the horsepower restriction should be a non-existent thing on our lakes, borough-wide, for any of our residents. If I live on the lake that's non-motorized, I chose to move there knowing that property was non-motorized. And the CCNRs I accepted, or the unrestrictions I accepted at the time of purchasing the property, I have to live with. I can't go changing horses in the middle of the stream because I don't like motorized vehicles late at night, vice versa. I just do not agree with any sort of restrictions in the valley whatsoever. Borough-wide, it needs to be left as it is. And that's that.
Okay, thank you. Any other telephonic callers? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak? Mr. Haberman.
My name is Eugene Haberman. I follow the public process. When the public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'm not surprised. 26, 27 years later, you're going to codify something the public had approved in the Valley back in February 1st, 1994, which is, normally elections are in November, as we all know. This was a special election. This is closer to 1993. What took all these people to codify this scenario? How many planning directors passed? How many mayors have passed in the borough with this kind of scenario? And now you're coming in to codify, and you use the word on the first page, the borough may exercise the power. Doesn't say shall. May, they can ignore it. May and shall, those are two different words in how things are enforced and not enforced. The population of the borough then, and what is it now? Over 100,000 people. Things have changed since then. You heard in the first two speakers concerns and what was passed by the people back then and who was involved with it and their concerns. And now we're in, anyone looking at this and know how Valley handles themselves, many of them, there's a war zone going to happen. A war zone. People are going to be saying, hey, this is my property. No. You're invading my rights. How are you going to enforce this scenario? We let this thing go in a way that created a situation that, oy vey, and those that are not that word, that's Yiddish. And it's not anything disrespectful, but simply, oh my God. And I also see the situation of the failure in dealing with it back then and allowing the development of properties and plans and so forth. It's resulted in a situation that Borough had given license to properties to do investments, expecting certain things to be available, like connecting to their businesses, crossing lakes and so forth. Now, who's responsible? Liability falls on the borough because the borough was negligent in dealing with this issue and allow people to make investments. This is a mess. I don't have faith in you all to deal with it properly. I see a situation where people are going to be very much concerned more when this message goes out. And how you're going to control it, I'm fearful for that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Sir? Welcome.
How you guys doing? Thanks for everything you do. My name is Dennis Paulus. I live on a lake, and it's a motorized lake. I looked at a few different lakes as I was looking for a home. Some of them didn't have motorized. You couldn't do any motorized sports on it. I chose not to go to that lake. I chose the lake that I could take my boat on, go out fishing, water ski, do all that. And I don't want any of that to change. So I would like for it not to ever change. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Ma'am?
Hello. So my name's Jacqueline Polis, and this is why. And I too live on the lake. We very much enjoy the lifestyle as Alaskans. I'm born and raised here. We have kids, grandkids, family, and something that really came to mind for me through tonight. This is our first time here. We came here for this subject, but there's a lot of topics here that I want to come all the time. I'm like, I can't believe that we're not listening to all this and being active and making changes. You guys have a big job ahead of you. We all have different opinions, but there's some things that are very much so based on our daily lives. I think about COVID tonight. People brought that up many times. You're talking about lake recreation, waterway recreation, airplane, lifestyle, not even just recreation. That's transportation. And think about COVID and people locked inside. We're in a great state where we're able to enjoy the outdoors. A lot of us have motorized recreational things that we do that gets us outside. Think of all the kids that are locked inside, can't get out, can't do anything. And sir, Spiropoulos, you talked about the people voting this in, right? When I read that, I read the power to restrict motorized equipment on lakes and waterways, to restrict them, not to eliminate them. When I read that, I think about ordinance of timing at night. I think about people that want to go to bed at night. We live on a lake. We don't get to control the noise atmosphere. There's plenty of times where at night we're wanting to sleep, but guess what? The lake is busy. We bought that property. We love so many things about it. And I wouldn't trade that to implement a misconception of how that was intended. I don't think that's what was intended. And I think if you ask the people back in 90, I'm sorry, whatever year that was, they would tell you that that's not what they intended. They probably just wanted time control. They wanted a little quiet at night. They wanted animal protection. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I totally get your heart. And when it comes to those type of situations, that's an animal cruelty situation. People need to be respectful of everyone and everything. And that's where we need to focus. But making that so broad as to say that you're going to control motorized, restrict, not control, restrict, that's eliminating. I don't like that verbiage, and I don't like that at all.
Ma'am, before you take off, your new interest in the borough, that you could run for mayor. It's open.
My heart can't take it.
I'll vote for you. You just got in 2 minutes, you got my vote.
Hey, I stopped on time.
It's okay. I know. See? So I'll vote for you twice, just for that. Okay, thank you. You're a lucky man back there. Okay, anybody else wish to speak on this ordinance? Okay, we got another telephonic, so go ahead on the telephone, please. Hello, can you hear us on the telephone? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Tyler Olson, and I've been listening a very long time to this assembly tonight, and specifically here for this reason. I live in Alaska for one reason, to enjoy, the beauty of Alaska and go out, and I don't get much time off work, so I like to have a little fun, but, it's respectful fun. And I do take my jet ski out on lakes and, socialize with my friends. And I think that a lot of people that live up here feel the same way I do. And also a lot of people that live on lakes have a lot more money into things that I don't have, as far as building docks and building things to put their motorized vehicles in these lakes. And, that's a big cost to them to do all that. And there's a lot of maintenance involved in all that. And I also feel like, we just got out of a pandemic and, or we're still in one. I don't know yet, but, people don't have a lot of things to go do. So to take away motor vehicles off a lake, or off a lot of lakes, be a little bit ridiculous in my opinion. And, we've already given up so much freedom. I would hate to give up more freedom in this world. So that's all I got to say, and I'm glad I can be heard tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other telephonic callers? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this? Okay, I'll close out the public hearing at this point in time. Madam Bovee.
I move to adopt ordinance 21-078.
Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the borough attorney. Does this ordinance in any way change any current lake plans, or change any motorized lake to non-motorized, or non-motorized lake to a motorized lake?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Summer?
Oh, yeah, I was trying to say that earlier, that the ordinance really doesn't do anything either way, but I think the public perception is that it changes things, and possibly we should reject it just to send the message that the way things are is the way they are. And
Mr. Spropoulos, if this does not pass, what effect does it have on?
Well, the voter initiative is still valid.
Okay.
It just makes it hard to explain to people that the borough has the power to do this. Like if you do a bond rating presentation and you say, well, yeah, we do have the power to do this, but it's not reflected in our Title I that lists all of our powers. Like, as I said before, this is a cleanup ordinance. I can't tell you why it wasn't put into Title I way back then.
Does it change the lake management plans in any way?
It doesn't change any lake management plans. It doesn't alter any lake
Does
management
it
plans.
change any use on the lake? Everybody's
No.
concerned about you.
No. And the wording of this title of this ordinance and the title of this power came from the initiative. It wasn't written by anybody at the borough. It wasn't written by the assembly members. And that's how it's written.
Other assembly members? Okay, who is this now, Mr. Yount?
Man, this is a contentious one. So I personally spoke out against this last year, long before I was elected. I can tell you in my 8-9 months of being elected here, my phone was busier today on this one topic than it's ever been in regard to anything. Maybe that's because I live on Wasilla Lake. Buying and appearing from people later in the day on Lake Lucille, Finger Lake. I did not hear from one person who supported the idea of the Matsu Borough having more powers in regard to this situation. I understand this is just codifying it, but I'm struggling with this. I know it's a cleanup ordinance, but I don't see how I can support it. I know that's probably wrong of me, but I can't do it.
Ms. Bovee? Snowers and Ms. Bovee. One of you, go ahead. Ms. Snowers, what's that?
Thank you for the mayor for giving me a laugh and also for you wanting to be up here. After watching one of these meetings, it can be really tedious. And this is the part I hate. This is legal mumbo jumbo. This makes you think that the borough is suddenly, if you just straight read it and you don't know the history and the way you have to legally write things, people think all of a sudden the borough is going to go around pulling jet skis off, just go out and restrict. What this does is a power that was given to the borough by the voters, that's been in place for 27 years, that it simply allows residents, they have a concern around a lake, to come and through a public process, implement a plan. And Ms. Ramstead was talking about that. I was around when this passed in '94. And so it's been there everybody's been living with it for 27 years. It should have been written into the code. I have to support putting in the code because it's a power that was given to us. If you read the code, you should be able to look at the code and know what powers. I mean, it makes sense.
What about waterways? Restricting waterways.
That's all it's not anything new. It's not gonna suddenly, the borough's gonna turn around tomorrow and start restricting things. It just gives residents the ability that they have had for the last 27 years to come forward with lake management plans that then they'll go through a public process that people get to comment on. So I'm sorry that it stirs up. That's what the part I hate, because people think something's happening and it's not, and it's kind of hard to explain how it's not. But I hear those concerns, but just know that it's been around for 27 years, and having it, I think it makes sense to have it written down, and it doesn't make a difference if it is or not. The power is still there, and it has been.
Mr. Spropoulos, is it safe to say that the Matsu Borough has been exercising this power since the ballot measure? We've actually been exercising this power?
Absolutely. The code provisions are still there.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Bovee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree, there's a lot of misunderstanding surrounding this issue, but I don't think just because there is some confusion that we as assembly members should be making uninformed decisions. The borough attorney is pretty clear, the information's pretty straightforward, this should not be contentious, and I'm going to support it.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Any objection to pass in ordinance 21078? There's a couple objections. So Madam Clerk, please conduct a vote. If you vote yes, you will codify it in Title I.
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Sumner 2 and Yent opposed.
Okay. And I suspect there will be no change for the public. Audience participation. Sorry. Oh, boy, we got a whole list. Here, I thought we were done. Michelle LaRose. Now you can speak on any issue you would like in front of the assembly. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the borough, for your attention. My name is Michelle LaRose. I'm a 16-year property owner in the Matsu Borough, and I'm on the board of directors for the Curry Ridge Riders, Friends of South Denali State Park, and the Anchorage Snowmobile Club, and the Tenina Community Council. But I'm here tonight to address the concern for Curry Ridge Riders. We reorganized in 2018 when our contractor, when we started in 1996, decided to diversify, and he resigned his position as the operator of all of the heavy equipment that we have to maintain the snow trails in South Denali, which encompasses the area mostly around Trapper Creek on either side of the Parks Highway and north of there, including Denali State Park. But with reforming, we found ourselves needing funding, and obviously with the squeeze play with all of the local and government funding finds us struggling, and we are seeking any funding that we can get to equip ourselves with this needed grooming equipment. Inasmuch, we've applied for the Recreational Trails Program grant, reimbursement program that's going on this year. We applied in the second round for motorized reimbursement, but we were turned down on several fronts, including a credibility issue, because we're the new kids on the block. When we lost our contractor, it looked as though we didn't have the ability to maintain the trails, but we're strong-headed, determined to do so. Included in the requirements that we were denied about, it was a resolution from the borough. Regardless of the credentials that we provided in regards to the recognition for what we do on a volunteer basis, we were asked to provide a borough resolution recognizing our entity, a nonprofit entity, which, by the way, we're 501c4 and soon to be 501c3. In any case, that resolution, we want to go forward with the third round of the application process of this year for the RTP, which will be in August, and then the finalization for approval on the board review will be in sometime in September. So we were hoping that the borough could recognize our entity, and I did provide some graphic materials to Lonnie that can be distributed if you're interested in knowing more about us. Thank you. This is all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donna DeFusco. Okay, thank you for coming in.
Good evening. My name is Donna Cowart DeFusco, and I'm here to comment on Action Memorandum 21-077 on the consent agenda today, referencing the Burma Road Underpass project. The underpass project is unnecessary, and it would waste borough tax dollars. This underpass would be constructed on my private property. My dad originally homesteaded the property in 1958, and it remains family owned. The property is located about 6 miles south of West Susitna Parkway. The traffic volume on Burma Road has increased over the years. However, I have walked along and crossed the road for almost 60 years and have never experienced or witnessed a safety concern. Burma Road is a low traffic volume dirt road. The borough collects traffic data on over 450 roads. I don't believe any traffic count analysis has been done on Burma Road that would justify a $760,000 underpass. Borough roads with such underpass structures should be compared to the traffic counts for Burma Road before any project of this magnitude is considered for tax dollar funding. We need to see a ranking in the borough of the most dangerous pedestrian intersections and see where Burma Road falls in that analysis in order to support a $750,000 expenditure anywhere on this remote dirt road. And that includes where the Alaska Road Commission actually built the historic Iditarod Trail, which is 4.3 miles north of my property. Furthermore, the trail through the underpass doesn't connect to any other trail beyond my property. As a taxpayer, I'm not convinced that there is a safety issue that requires an expensive underpass. Where's the data to justify the problem? We need to see official traffic citations, incident reports. How about speeding tickets? How about traffic violation statistics, accident reports, any moose collisions on Burma Road? There's a no-cost solution here, and that is to stop and look both directions before you cross that dirt road. This project is infrastructure that could be considered under roads like the Parks Highway, the Glen Highway, but not under a dirt country road. I believe the borough has failed to do the proper research, analysis, property owner notification, hearings, comment periods that this $760,000 project should require. Also, I'm only scratching the surface of issues involved. For example, there will be other considerations. RS 2477 right-of-way, rights of the access owner and rights of the private property resource owner. The Matsu Borough Master Plan for the future relocation and improvements for Burma Road would render this underpass even more useless. As assembly members with fiscal responsibility to this community, I ask you to reconsider the funding of this underpass project. It's unnecessary at this time and in this specific location. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry DeCourcy, followed by Barb Revington and Diana Ramstead. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for your time. I just want to say on behalf of many Connect community members and many users of the Iditarod Trail recreationally, as well as the Connect Iditarod Trailblazers, which is an organization that seeks to preserve and grow the Iditarod Trail use, we truly appreciate the support of the borough for the Burma Road crossing, especially your understanding of the fact that it is an incredibly dangerous crossing right now for the uses that currently employ it, and to the point of potential loss of life if things go wrong. So I'm the mouthpiece tonight, but for many of us in the back, if you'd show your hands, please. These are folks who understand the gravity of the situation and how a culvert or some crossing improvement could really save lives. So thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Reddington. Welcome.
Thank you, Matsu Borough Mayor and the Assembly for hearing us tonight about this AM 21-077. I work with the Junior Iditarod, and as Sherry, work along with Sherry and the people in the back with the Connect Trailblazers. And thank you for your consideration with this upcoming project. It not only will save lives, potentially human and dog, but also many other recreational, multi-use recreational for that portion of the original Iditarod Trail. We want to see events coming back to Kinnick as far as dog races, ski races, walking, extreme winter sports, and we look forward to this eventually. And thank you to the Matsu Borough.
Thank you. Diana Ramstead.
Hi, everybody. So I wanted to talk to you about Houston High School. Before it was called Houston High School, it was actually called Houston Junior Senior High School, as it states on my diploma when I graduated in 1988. But somewhere along the line, Houston Junior Senior High School vanished. And only those 33 of us who graduated from there in 1988, and those in 87 and 89 and 90, 91 and all through, we have a board on the internet and we were talking about that. Wonder how many other people have had vanishing schools. My diploma doesn't say Houston High School. Where I went to school is what you guys all refer to as Houston Junior High. But that was Houston Junior Senior High School. And I think with history, it is important to remember that. that those of us who graduated from there, I now have to say I graduated from Houston High, but in fact, I did not. Did not. That's not what it says on my diploma. And it may seem like a minor thing, but when I went to the groundbreaking for the school for the Houston Junior High, I shared that with some of the young kids who were there, and they found that interesting. And some of them wondered why that was never mentioned. And they were going to bring that up with their teachers about why that history, that little history of their school isn't being taught. It takes me going there and saying, hi, I actually graduated from Houston Junior Senior High School to get that recognition. If there's other schools like that, that should be talked about. Our history should be proud of that. I'm proud to have gone to Houston Junior Senior High School. I'm proud of those that graduate from Houston High School. I'm proud that there's a tech center there. I'm proud of every change of Houston High School, of all those changes as someone who's from Meadow Lakes. I'm glad, not to be disrespectful to Wasilla, but that I went to Houston instead. Because I went to Wasilla my first 2 years, and I went to Houston after that. And we were asked, did we want to stay in Wasilla, or did we want to go to the new school? The school that in 1987, people laughed at and said, there's only 19. It's never going to stay open. And when I went there, we were told, oh, you're lucky if you get to graduate because the school will probably close halfway through. That is how what we were told as high schoolers in 1987 and 88. That's just a little piece of history I wanted to share with the assembly and the people here, that there's a whole group of people out there who went to a school that no longer exists. Now physically our building doesn't exist, but that is nature. But our diplomas still say Houston Junior Senior High School. So I just want to share that kind of on a light note after what we all just went through with everything else.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Steve Antrova. Welcome, sir.
Steve Antrova, I'm the owner of DNS Alaska Trail Rides, and I'm asking the assembly to waive the conditional use permit. In 97, there was a clerical error made on to permit, and it took them 21 years to find the error. And there's only a one-time fee for a conditional use permit, and I don't think it's fair for me to pay the additional fee, especially at this time. You know, we've been out of business for 2 years since Princess Tours. Mount McKinley Lodge shut down 2 years ago, so money is pretty tight, and I hope you guys take care of this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. John Brodigan, I think. No, I think you're down at John Baird. Excuse me. Oh, we'll take you, Mr. Brodigan. Come on.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'd like to speak to this issue on the Burma Road crossing. I've been involved with that many years, and I've crossed out there plenty of times with snow machines, dog teams, and every year it gets worse. And there's been a problem out there for 40 years. Trail access, trail issues. It went to the Supreme Court. One of the people that spoke here lost in the Supreme Court. We won the right of way. And there's still a little problem. But we don't want to come back when somebody gets hurt. And it's wrong to say nobody's been hurt out there. People have been hit. And this will just go on until we get a safe crossing. You're not going to stop people from using the Iditarod National Historic Trail. I mean, that's a fact. And I just want to come here and thank you for getting us this far and funding this thing. And I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vern.
It's nice to see you too.
Thank you.
Diana Scheib.
Hello, my name is Diane K. Scheib. I am the president of the Mat-Su Education Association. It is my understanding that ordinance 21079, which is the education mill rate, will be an action item at the next meeting. If that is the case, I request a delay of that for several meetings. This past year, the district's amazing educators strive to keep learning going and to make the schools as normal as possible. But this was not a normal year, and next year promises to also be filled with a great deal of difficulty in order to continue educating our students. Therefore, any potential reduction in the cost, in the funding of education needs to be studied to determine what the impacts are going to be, because education is going to be profoundly impacted because of COVID for the next several years. So we should not rush into any decisions about reduction in education funding. So I request that you delay the decision on ordinance 21079. Thank you.
Who said it was a reduction?
Talk to Mr. Luke Fulp at the district office.
Okay, he's not here. Let's blame him. Okay. It may or may not be a reduction. It may be a review. Tim Krug.
Hi, I'm Tim Krug, and I wanted to talk about the Burma undercrossing. I'm a property owner out there. Many of us, other people are all property owners. Many of us all got, what's supposed to happen is old Burma is supposed to disappear and there's a new Burma. We all got this statement included in our deeds that say, until such time as Burma is reconstructed and the public use easement 200 feet in width being centered on and running along the East Burma Road is depicted in Mat-Su Borough South Big Lake Burma Road Extension Upgrade Project R118. And so Project 118 was engineering was done to build us a road. And then we had our plats and stuff. I all have shown where the new Burma Road is and where the old Burma Road is going to be vacated. And Lot 1 Astoria Acres is really affected because the new alignment doesn't line up with the dog undercrossing. The old Burma does, but it says old Burma is going to disappear on Astoria Acres Lot 1. So now you're going to have to buy that right away from the person. It seems wiser that the borough will not talk to people. Twos called the manager called Public Works. A new Public Works director called me. He had 1 week experience at the borough. My other neighbor tried talking to George Hayes. George Hayes wouldn't talk to him. There are other options. And this is the 1999 alignment. I had the fire clearing done on Burma Road. I was very instrumental on that, so we increased sight lines. So anyhow, two of my neighbors are previous dog mushers, the Schulteises and Dave Wolf. He ran the Iditarod. They're actually supportive of talking if they need to provide an easement, and so am I, and so is the owner, Forest Green, who is the one that's been blocking Homestead Trail. It's not Iditarod Trail, it's Homestead Trail. And so anyhow, if you are going to move forward with this and just spend a lot of borough money because you got so much of it, and I'm pro trail, boy, I'll use it. And but I would add a motion to your amendment to say attorney to write adjacent property owners and write 10 days before issuing notice to proceed after reviewing adjacent owners' responses. Because I think you got a lot of darn hiccups going on You're gonna say, oh yeah, we got and the poor lady, that blonde lady that came up here and talked, I don't know what her name is, but her property's been getting carved up 6 different ways from all over the place. She's got 2 trails, roads, everything going across her property, and the borough is terrible at communicating and talking to us.
Have a good evening, sir. Okay, is there any telephonic? Okay, we have a telephonic caller, so go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Brian Hanson, Hanson. I'm calling in support of the consent agenda item AM 21-077, the Burma Road project. I wanted to thank the borough for the public process that he went through during the budget meetings. I believe there were 3 of them where there were public comments available to be made on this project. A lot of us participated in that, appreciated that opportunity. Just wanted to clarify a couple statements that I've heard. The underpass itself is not going on private property. It's going on Burma Road easement. The trail, it is crossing private property, but it is a dedicated, it was dedicated through RST 118. It's part of the RS 2477 system. It's part of the 1983 Alaska State Land Survey. You know, this trail has been there a long time, a lot longer than Burma Road has actually been there. You know, I commend the borough and especially the borough staff, the planners, the surveyors, they've gathered all the documentation, DNR, all of those folks. They know where the trail was. They know where it's supposed to be. There is a 100-foot easement out there across a lot of that private property. It was settled in a court case. We just look forward to it going forward. It's on a very tight deadline this year, and materials have been an issue to get. We're just thankful that a contractor was able to find the materials and produce a competitive bid. I know that there were other bidders, and they were substantially higher than the bid that you guys are hopefully going to approve here shortly. So we're just looking forward to this project going forward, and finally establishing the historic Iditarod Trail in a permanent location that's permitted, that's planned. It's on the state website, it's on the Matsu Borough website, and nobody can ever take that away. We just want to get it in the right spot and have a safe crossing. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate everybody at the borough working on this with us.
Okay, thank you. Before we go forward, Madam Clerk advises we need to have a motion to extend the meeting. Ms. Bovee, could you make a motion to extend the meeting? We got probably, what do you think, 10:30, Madam Clerk?
I move to extend the meeting till 10:30.
I guess I won't veto that, but, okay.
We do have another telephonic.
Okay, telephonic call. We got another telephonic caller, so go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Kelly Dixon, Dickson. I own property at the Ridge and Moore Road intersection. Thank you so much for letting me address the Burma Road underpass. Alaska's history is being misrepresented in order to gain easements on private property. It is wrong to place any trail on my property because the Iditarod Trail never existed on it. There were 2 routes used and created by the Alaska Road Commission connecting Matanuska-Susitna Station. The original 1908 route is illustrated on O.G. Herning's map of central Alaska, which clearly shows a trail leading from Knik to 3 Mile Lake to Big Lake and then to Churchill Station, now known as Susitna Station. Dr. David Sleem traveled with the Alaska Road Commission and drew his 1910 map of central Alaska, which also shows the same trail location and identifies it as the new Goodwin Route Seward. The 1912 Alaska Road Commission Journal describes the original Route 20A connect to Susitna Station as a long and winding trail made by natives. An analysis of Native Alaskan trails between Knik and Susitna Station shows no trail in our area because there is no major fish source where a property is located. The Alaska Road Commission map of the Mount McKinley District, 1951 to 57, clearly shows the 1912 realignment of the Iditarod Trail with 9 identifiable landmarks between Knik and Susitna Station. The 1912 realignment passed north of us at Stephen Lake, as documented by the Alaska Road Commission, the creation entity of the Iditarod Trail. Burrow LiDAR also shows a trail at Stephen Lake. The RS-2477 location of the Iditarod Trail will continue to be challenged until it is located accurately and protected. It would be wise for the state and borough to pass legislation to locate historic trails based on their historic creation entity documentation. Federal publications of the Alaska Road Commission journals, the Alaskan Engineering Commission, and the U.S. Survey General's Office are dependable historic trail location resources. The Supreme Court judge in this case chose to ignore these federal pieces of evidence that we provided. I was never notified of your intent to bring in bulldozers and heavy equipment to build your tunnel to nowhere. Prior borough practice was to notify property owners about projects taking place in their area and invite comments. The $750,000 you want to spend on a contested trail location would serve the borough more effectively if it was used to create safer pedestrian access in other locations. I have not seen any underpass on the Knik-Goose Road, which is so dangerous it was declared a safety corridor. So why is a major tunnel needed on Burma Road, which has not been declared a safety corridor and doesn't even come close to the level of traffic using the Knik-Goose Road? Please protect Alaska's history and recognize your tunnel as a political and significant act it is. Please do not approve this contractor and reappropriate these funds to serve a greater good. Thank you.
Any more telephonic callers? Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Like I said, audience participation. Mr. Haveman, go ahead, please, and start.
My name is Eugene Carl Haveman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I've spoken before this meeting for a number of years. I'm known as a self-appointed government watchdog, but my words tonight are not words that I believe I ever said before in a public meeting. We all make choices in life, and what I'm asking the public to do, starting at, is to rethink their choice of how, as members of the public, during the elections, is contributing to the continued opportunity for people to run for election. What I mean is contributions, financial contributions. I'm asking the public who hears me is to stop contributing, providing financial contributions to those who are currently in elected office in the Mat-Su Borough. That includes the mayor, the Mat-Su Borough Assembly, city councils in Palmer, Wasilla, and Houston. Why? Because over the years, it's been more of the same. More of the same. Non-compliance with the open meetings laws, looking the other way, and tonight was a good example out in the Mat-Su Borough and how the borough conducted a policy of indifference to deal with issues of elections and CARES Act funding and more. And the port, more of the same. But this is allowed by the public, which they have a right to do, contribute, provide financial contributions to those running for office. But I'm asking them to question that right now and to not continue that contribution to those who are currently in office or seeking office later on. And I'm also asking them to send letters out informing them of this decision. And I'm also asking them to send those communications to other people. This is a very important moment. The public in the valley needs it. We are the second largest populator in the state. And to allow this to continue, the key is to stop those contributions. They have a right to contribute to you, but I'm asking them to stop it and send it elsewhere. I'm in a perfect storm, and I'm not running for office over the years, and I have no intention to do so. But at that perfect storm I'm in, it's been caused by these elected officials and other people in the state, in particular the state of Alaska. A perfect storm not my making. I never asked for any funds, but now it's the choice of the public to decide, do you want more of the same, or do you want someone in the state that has been dealing with these issues and where the politicians in the borough and elsewhere have looked the other way? My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I appreciate your support, but I'm not running for political office. What I am running against is the continued of a policy of indifference that continues on meeting after meeting in the borough and the Anchorage Assembly and elsewhere. And I thank you for their support, and that ends my comment.
Okay, anybody else wish to address the assembly? Mr. Reddington.
Hello, thank you. I'm Ray Reddington Jr. I ran the Iditarod 17 times. And growing up on our trails in Connect, there wasn't as many people. Now you got a lot of people. You got fat bike tires, you got skiers. This trail has been all the way to the Supreme Court. And even coming here tonight, I hear a lot about Point McKenzie, how big it's growing. And right there at the T to either go down to the prison, or you can take a right and hit Burma Road. So if you work and live at the, or work at the prison and live in the Houston, Willow, Big Lake area, you cut across and you get home. You're there a half hour faster. They're not in a hurry to get there, but they are in a hurry to get home. My dad is 76, and because of Burma Road, he doesn't run dogs there till nighttime. That way he can see the headlights from the cars. So if you come from afar, like Canada, Montana, to come race dogs, it's fun to come out on our historical trail. They think it's safe, and they hook up a dog team on Kinnick Lake and they go. And it's just really something there to think about. And that goes with bikers and skiers and families. This Mat-Su Valley is unbelievable with the amount of people and with the bicycles. So by the time you get up to the road, unless there's a big snow berm there, you can't see cars, you can't see anything. And there is a lot of families, especially in the springtime, that are using the trail. The trail already went to the Supreme Court. It's documented, it's there. Point McKenzie's not going anywhere, and the Big Lake side isn't either. So you have, you got a road and you guys maintain it. So we need a safe crossing. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to speak to the assembly? If not, I'm going to close any telephonics, no more telephonics. So we're going to close out audience participation at this time, and Madam Clerk, go to the consent agenda. We had one item pulled, I guess, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 21085, a resolution waiving the fee for a conditional use permit within Denali State Park Special Land Use District. AM 21072, request to vacate a 90-foot by 140-foot portion of South Birch Bark Drive public use easement lying within Lot 5, Block 3 of High 450 Subdivision Phase 3, Plat 2002-134, located within Section 7, Township 23 North, Range 3 West, Seward Meridian, lying north of South High 450 Road, north of Ship Creek, and east of South Parks Highway. AM 21073, awarded bid number 22008B to Ficklin Construction LLC for the annual contract amount of $118,845,000.05 for RSA 19 annual road maintenance. AM 21074, awarded bid number 22005B to Northern Asphalt Construction Incorporated for the contract amount of $532,466 for 2021 road paving. AM 21075, awarded bid number 22018C to Hughes Fire Equipment for the contract amount of $1,532,155 for aerial platform purchase for Central Mat-Su Fire Service Area. AM 21076, awarded proposal number 21160P to Kenny Engineering for the contract amount of $89,669.12 for Design Point McKenzie Road milepost 0 through 7 rehabilitation. AM 21077, award of proposal number 22007P to K&H Civil Constructors LLC for the contract amount of $740,000 for historic Iditarod Trail underpass at Burma Road design build. AM 21078, awarded bid number 22024C to Amcus Rescue Systems in the contract amount of $192,052.23 for the purchase of rescue equipment and tools. And that was it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Assemblywoman Bovee, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Any objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. Madam Clerk, AM 21079.
Awarded bid number 2211B to Granite Construction Company for the contract amount of $492,465 for central landfill paving improvements.
Okay, Mr. Sumner. Oh, Mr. Two, go ahead and move that, and then you go ahead and discuss it.
So I move AM 21079. What I would say is that I went down to the landfill and I didn't believe that they needed $500,000 worth of asphalt put down there. I think gravel's fine. I think maybe they should work on their budget, reduce the cost of garbage. And we didn't need $500,000 worth of improvement there.
Okay. Other seven members, Ms. Bovee,
Can we have a staff report?
Mr. Dolan.
Terry Dolan, Director of Public Works. There's a lot in this project, including making safety improvements at the entrances and exits at both the commercial and the residential gates. The project also permanently fixes a number of huge potholes in the gate area. It also fixes a huge drainage problems, including drainage problems that run water into our leachate system, which we then have to pay to haul to Anchorage to dispose of. There's a whole bunch of stuff in this project that's designed to make the landfill safer and operate more effectively. It's not just laying down pavement, lots of other major maintenance issues. I've got a laundry list I'm willing to read. Would take us 5 minutes, but I'm not sure it's really necessary.
Mr. Yant?
I apologize. Thanks, Stephanie. You'd mentioned that, so this is going to affect some or fix some drainage that's putting more water into the leachate than should be going in there right now?
That's correct. And so stormwater, you always want it to be separated from your leachate to the extent you can, because we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to dispose of the leachate. And to the extent we allow stormwater to run into it, we also pay then to treat that stormwater. So that's a big part of this.
Has there been any sort of engineer's estimates on how much is running into the, I mean, any amount at all is more than we want to, because we pay a substantial amount of money to get rid of the leachate, but has there been any sort of estimates as to how much?
So there isn't an engineer's estimate like you're talking about. The way the terrain is sloped and the existing roadways are sloped causes the runoff to go in there. And it's thousands of square feet of roadway and other terrain that allow stormwater to run into the area along cell 3 and along cell 4. So this will fix that by sloping those.
Granite's going to regrade that then?
Pardon me?
They're going to regrade it? So
Yes.
that- okay, before they pave. And then if this were to pass and we move forward with this, what do you think would be a reasonable amount of time, a year or two or so, to come back and be able to tell us, you know, the leachate was always consistently about this and now it's this? Because that's worrisome to me.
So it's very difficult to develop statistics like that because the quantity of leachate depends entirely on the quantity of precipitation that we get. And it varies widely from year to year. It depends on, obviously how much snow, and then it all melts in the springtime, and how much rain. So it varies widely from year to year, and it'll be very difficult to put a marker down and say, this is how much we would normally get and this is how much we saved.
I understand. Okay, any amount of runoff going in there, I know we're paying a lot of money to get rid of that, so that's worrisome to me. Thank you for the answers.
Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, through the mayor, are you talking about runoff into the leachate retaining ponds or into the
Actually into the
waste cell?
landfill cells.
Oh, okay.
And then there's liners under those cells that collect that water and route it into the leachate ponds. And it's from there that it's hauled to AWWU. That's just a small portion of this. I mean, there are other major safety improvements and major pavement repair that needs to be done. So there's a lot of elements to this. It's not just slapping down a $500,000 worth of pavement.
Okay, Mr. Yant?
I know there's a lot of future design changes at the landfill as things move forward. Is there any of this that would have to be re-tore up later or redone? Or are we gonna be changing roads later and directions that any of this would be going backwards in at a certain point, or?
We do not expect to have to change the location of these improvements. So cell 4, where the additional pavement is going to lead, is never going to move. It's going to be cell 4 forever, and it should last us 7 to 10 years before we move on to the next cell, which will be on the opposite side of the same road. So there's going to be a need for this road to access these places, for at least the next 30 years or so.
And then my final question is moving forward, can we make sure, and I know you weren't here when this was done, I'm not pointing the fingers at anybody, but again, I'll say it's worrisome to me that we have runoff going into where it can affect our leachate. So when we do move forward and we do advance with the landfill, obviously the engineers will hopefully be designing around that happening, right?
Yeah, so this was actually designed as a component of the cell 4 construction. It was identified early on by the engineers that when we built cell 4, we needed to reslope the terrain away from the cells so that water didn't naturally run in there. So this isn't something that's new that we're just adding on here. It's a continuation of the plans to construct cell 4.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Two?
I would entertain the idea of postponing this and having an appointment and actually getting a guided tour of this project at the landfill.
Are you making a motion to continue this, or?
Yes, sir.
8:17, we need a date. Assemblymember 2, if we can have it.
August 17th?
August 17th, okay.
And what's supposed to happen in the interim?
I would like the borough staff to get a hold of me and have me an appointment to go actually walk this job.
Walk through you said you had a laundry list of.
We do, and we took Assemblyman 2 through the facility on these exact locations, about 3 weeks ago or something, 4 weeks ago.
Did you see that project, Mr. Two?
No, they didn't point out that project at all to me.
So, any objection to continuing this for 2 weeks? And Mr. Two would, any other assembly member wants to go along is welcome to go along too. Any objection to that? August 17th, Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I think we might run out of time to do this project if we delay too long.
Is Mr. Dolan, is 8:17 a problem? Is this time sensitive?
Well, I think Mr. Sumner makes a good point that this might make it difficult to accomplish this construction season. We're running out of time in the construction season now. If we weren't able to do it this year, we would still be wanting to do this because this is a long-term improvement and a correction of problematic situation at the landfill. So I don't know if that helps, but.
Okay, well, is that an official objection to the motion?
I guess if the Public Works Director doesn't have an objection, then I don't.
Okay. Any objection to the motion to continue, Ms. Nowers?
I guess I heard differently from what the Public Works Director said, that it would be good to get it done, and another 2-week delay is not helpful to that. So I'm going to object to postponing.
Okay, so we have an objection to postponing. So go ahead and vote on the postponement for 2 weeks. Yes would be a vote to postpone. No would not postpone.
Mr. Mayor, it failed with Assembly Member 2, McKee and Hale in support.
Okay, so it is not postponed.
Main motion is still on the floor.
So AM 21079. Any objection to passing AM 21079? Mr. Two objects, so go ahead and vote, please.
Hold on, let me reset it.
Okay,
Still taking down the other one. There we go, it's ready.
go ahead and vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member 2 opposed.
Okay, we finished the consent agenda. Unfinished business. Now, this is ordinance 21006. Do you need to read this, Madam Clerk? Go ahead.
Ordinance 21066, an ordinance adopting the Jonesville Public Use Area Management Plan and amending MSB 1524030 comprehensive plan and purposes.
The main motion's on the floor. I'll turn this over to Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the Sutton Community Council, I'd like to postpone this indefinitely. They would like to bring this back through the Trails Advisory Board and the Planning Commission before this comes back to us. So they asked me to postpone indefinitely, and that is what I would like to do.
Okay, Mr. Sumner.
I'd object and make a secondary motion to give a definite date of the first meeting in June next year. And
Madam Clerk will take over here.
Say what?
Say what, ma'am?
You can't amend a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, then I object.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to postpone this indefinitely, which kills ordinance 21006. Any objection? Mr. Sumner objects, so go ahead and vote on it. If you vote yes, you are terminating 21006.
Clarify that vote. If we vote yes, we're postponing indefinitely, or we vote no, and we're going to discuss a date.
Madam Clerk?
If you vote yes, you're postponing indefinitely.
And if you vote no, we're gonna discuss a date?
I don't know. It's up to the assembly
No.
what they want to do. I have no idea.
If we vote no, we're going to discuss the ordinance.
We're going to discuss the ordinance. So go ahead and vote. It's
Mr. Mayor, it passed with Assembly Member Sumner and Yent opposed.
Okay, ordinance 21006 is postponed indefinitely. There are 7 vetoes. Introductions, Madam Clerk.
Introduction for public hearing on August 17th, ordinance 20079, ordinance 21080, ordinance 21081 with accompanying resolution 21081, ordinance 21082 with accompanying resolution 21082, ordinance 21083 with accompanying resolution 21083, and ordinance 21084 with accompanying resolution 21084.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Bovee.
Move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for August 17, 2021.
Any objection to the introductions? Seeing and hearing none, the legislation is introduced and set as scheduled. Vacancy report, Ms. Bovee.
I have the wrong words.
Pardon?
What?
I have the wrong words.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I move to approve the mayor's recommendations as follows. Kinnick RSA number 17, Ryan Jimenez.
Any objection? Seeing none, the vacancy report and Mr. Since Mr. Jimenez is appointed to the Kinnick, was it Fire Board, Road Board? Road Board. Okay. Another new business, no referrals, no reconsiderations. We're at comments. Mr. Spropoulos.
Just in regards to the sales tax, if anybody has questions between now and the next meeting, obviously, give me a holler. I just want to make sure the assembly does understand the road projects are bonded projects. And while our bond projects are written such that you can move money among the projects, you cannot, if the voters approve it, move the money somewhere else. Ms. Heindel and I always have to sign off on any of that movement. And I can guarantee you, we never allow it to happen, and it wouldn't happen here. And then with regards to the sunset, again, we use the same model as Wasilla, and the way the ballot question is drafted, that it would have to sunset unless the voters reapproved it. Otherwise, it would be an illegal act to continue to collect taxes. So I don't particularly care if you go forward with the ordinance or not. I just want you to be informed correctly.
Okay.
We got 8 minutes.
We got 8 minutes. Mr. Manager, comments?
So we knew this was going to be a difficult month. Obviously, with local education funding ordinance, discussion around the sales tax, severance tax, so I appreciate the Assembly's willingness to have the conversation. We know these are tough topics. If there's anything else that you need from staff between now and 8/17 with the continuance of the project list, or like Mr. Spropoulos said with the sales tax, please let me know, and we'll get you that information as quickly as possible in advance of that meeting. And then lastly, as mentioned previously, AML is ongoing in Fairbanks. I'm headed up tomorrow. We'll be there through Friday.
Okay. Now, each Assembly member gets 1 minute. Remember I said that earlier? That's how much time we got left. Mr. Sumner, comments?
I would hope that we could get a letter or a resolution in support of the Curry Ridge Riders. So if they go out and get a grant, that doesn't harm the borough any, and they providing for beneficial public purpose. Other than that, in 1 minute, I don't know that the sales tax would pass at the ballot with all 3 cities opposed to it. But I suppose we'll be discussing it in depth at the next meeting.
Ms. Nowers, he cut into your time.
Yeah. I just wanted to say on the road plan, I share some of the concerns that people have expressed about it. But I also see the problem, which everybody understands, that voters have approved 16 road projects in the last, 8 years, and we've only been able to fund 1 because we're looking for state funding. So we're trying to have a conversation about, if we're a borough, how, and we need these roads, how do we fund them? I think something helpful for me would be coming back with a smaller package from administration, if you want to throw something out there, and a 1% sales tax that would sunset quicker. Because I think those concerns are out there, and I think Mr. Sumner's right. So could we do something smaller and take a look at that?
Okay, Ms. Bowie, could you move to continue the meeting to, was it 10:45? I'll give you some more time. 10:45, please.
I move to continue the meeting till 10:45.
Any objection? Ms. Nowers, you could continue.
Only other thing is I will also be at AML on Thursday and Friday.
Mr. Yant?
I'll make it quick. Building on what Stephanie said, the voters have approved, 16 road projects. We've got 1 done. I get great humor out of watching one past mayor come up here and one current mayor, who are both signing up to try to take your job here when you term out, and talk about mistrust with the Matsu Borough. Do they not have veto power? So what are they saying? Are they saying that 5 of us are gonna try to dupe the voters? That's offending to me. And it's not the city versus the borough. My district has the city of Wasilla in it. That's about half of my constituents. I personally live in the city of Wasilla. It's not us against them or them against us. We'll talk about this next time, but if they're ready for a political battle, they got the right guy. So.
Boy, I hope they're listening in. Mr. McKee. I like it. Yeah, Mr. McKee?
Yep, I think I'm right here, Rob, because I'm against the sales tax, okay? But I am disappointed that we didn't talk about, because we have totally skipped over the fact that in committee down in Juneau, they are talking about sales tax. They are talking about income tax. There will be a tax come out of Juneau this year, folks. And that should impact how we look at this up here. I'm against sales tax, particularly if Juneau is going to do something because sales tax is regressive. It affects the people who can afford it least. They're the one that get pounded on it. The single mom has to worry at the end of 2 weeks whether she can buy milk or diapers. Folks, I got a real problem with that. The other comment I would make, on June 22nd, I thought we talked about 8 road service area projects. How in blazes did it get to be 17 with paths and trails and rabbit holes and what have you? How did it get that way? I don't understand.
It passed unanimously. You were there, but.
No, I'm not, I wasn't there for, we talked about road service areas.
Okay,
That's what we talked about, not paths and trails.
Okay, you get another swing at this. It's up for public hearing, so, Mr. Two.
I do think that it's tight out there for the community. And I do think a sales tax is not a good thing. And I do think that, trying our government, our borough, trying to make it smaller, tighten the belt, make it more efficient is a path that we should be going down.
Okay, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody that came out here tonight and talked about, particularly about the road bond and the sales tax issue. And I'm glad to see that we continued the public hearing so that we give the public another opportunity to do that. And I'd just like to say that if anyone at the table here is planning on offering any kind of amendments or anything when we take this up for the final time on the 17th, if they could please provide that in writing prior to the meeting so that the public has access to those ideas and can speak specifically to the possible amendments. So thank you.
Ms. Bovee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Curry Ridge Riders resolution is in the works already, so that will be coming forward probably first meeting in September. And I would just like the borough attorney to just further clarify why we cannot make the sales tax non-area wide and apply it to these road packages, as was kind of mentioned by the city of Houston. There seems to be, and it doesn't have to be tonight, just before we address this next on the 17th. If it's quick,
Tell me
you
when
can
you
do it
want
right
the
now.
answer. I've got it right now.
Okay, let's go.
So as discussed in the June meeting, if you have an area-wide project, you need an area-wide source of funding. The bond package is an area-wide project. You can't pay for area-wide projects with a non-area-wide tax.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Bovee? No. Okay. Well, the road bond package, it's times have changed. When we passed the 2012 bond package, it was 50-50 with the state. The school bond package was 70-30 with the state. The state just doesn't seem to be interested in their local communities anymore and really funded them, and they'll flat renege on those obligations. So when you're doing a road bond package, the thing to me in my last 12 years is watching the population. Everybody, Mr. Reddington was correct. The growth here is just phenomenal. And you look at all these arterial and collector roads that are falling by the wayside. And I do congratulate DOT for finally working on KGB and Parks Highway West and the Glen Highway, because that's a needed change, but we're the ones falling behind. We're the ones not picking up the collectors and arterials and making them safe, because, when I come out of Willow right now, well, actually tonight I went down past the fairgrounds down there on Selden, and I was coming up on the Glen Highway. I couldn't make a right turn, which should have been an easy turn to me, the right turn. I had to sit there and the traffic is just so heavy. And I think that's the way it is in most places, even in Willow. And I think that's the frustrating thing, is how to do these road bonds. And I give Mr. Yount really credit for taking on an issue like sales tax and putting it in front of the people so you can discuss it, because if the state's not going to help you, and we kind of know that's kind of a proven fact, they're not even making decisions right now in a timely fashion. Here it is August, and they're still doing things they should have did in April. And so that's kind of a frustrating thing, and they're not going to help us with the road bonds, even though they live here, which is another frustrating thing for me. But I think you have to look at, in property taxes, my goodness, the property taxpayers in the Mat-Su are taxed at the highest rate of any other place in the state, really, as far as roads and schools like that. That's the fact of the matter. We don't have the population Anchorage does. You know, Anchorage has 350,000. They have one of the largest commercial property tax bases in the state by far, plus their residential. The residential properties are worth more than ours. And it's just a very frustrating thing, yet our roads are unsafe. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. So I really challenge the Assembly, and I really wish you would look at things from that fact, because it's not going to do any good to put it off. You're just going to really make things unsafer, and the quality of life is going to go down, that's for sure. And so sooner or later, you got to get in there and find a way. Now, it's going to be excise taxes, it's going to be gas tax, which I think is the traditional way to fund roads. But, you know, sales tax, I think it's a tough haul. You know, I think Senator Bettini mentioned, I was one of the Assembly members that campaigned against that original, I think it was 2006 or something, sales tax, and it failed. You know, and I think that'll happen on this one. I do not think you could put it in front of the voters and get any hope of the voters passing this, especially with the timing of it with COVID. Even though there is a need to do these roads. So I would suggest to the Assembly, pass your road bond package and come up with a funding scenario of excise taxes, severance taxes, and try to figure out how you're gonna meet the obligation, knowing that the state's not gonna help you. That's really where we're at. And it is very frustrating, you know, but I do really am impressed with how you're willing to look at these road projects. I don't think a 70 million road bond package is, when you look at the roads that are being built, is the wrong number, myself personally. 2012, I think it was 64 million, if I'm not incorrect. But the state forward funded us 32 million right on the spot. That's the difference between school bond and road bonds. We got the money right on the spot, so they couldn't renege later. And so those days are gone, I guess. So anyway, great meeting. I think you covered a lot of territory tonight, and we'll reconvene. When is it? August 17th. So, and thank you to the public for coming in and talking about so many of these issues.